for allowing me to invade your academic environment. For a while, I got a little glimpse at the course that you're involved in when Neil gave me a copy of the syllabus, and it really does seem like an excellent experience. Have you been enjoying it? It's a rhetorical question, but of course when you're professors here, you don't have much in the way of alternatives. I'd argue, though, that the topic of death in the context of a traditional academic curriculum has been much neglected, and that I don't think you can consider yourself a properly educated individual without coming to terms with, both intellectually and emotionally, with the notion of the inevitability of your own demise. And this was an issue that was of central concern, as Jim and Neil have pointed out, of the late cultural anthropologist Ernest Becker in a variety of books, starting with one called The Birth and Death of Meaning, written in 1962, and ending with Becker's untimely demise in 1975, with a book called Escape from Evil. Becker was relentlessly preoccupied with trying to get us as individuals to understand the pervasive role of the uniquely human awareness of death in all aspects of life. And so Becker was interested in death as something that's interesting and important for us as human beings to wonder about in its own right, but he had a broader interest, and in his language he called it the general science of man. He wrote in very gender-biased terms. These days we call it humans to acknowledge the other half of the human species. But what Becker said is, hey, it is the responsibility of social scientists from all of the disciplines, sociology, philosophy, history, psychology, probably left a few out, but all of the sciences, he claimed, are responsible for teaming up to provide us with a comprehensive account of all aspects of human behavior. And for Becker, this was both an intellectual challenge as well as a personal one. Intellectually, he said, hey, just as we have a theory of evolution that helps us understand all of biology, and just as we have Einstein's relativity theory and now quantum mechanics from the physicist to help us understand all of the physical universe, that the social scientists should step up to the plate and provide us with a broad paradigm that helps us understand the basic nature of humankind. And that's exactly what Becker proceeded to do, and that's what I'd like to do today, is to tell you a little bit about his ideas. I had a handout floating around. Has everybody got a white piece of paper? Anybody not? Not. Are there any extras floating about? If there are, let's see if we can get them to migrate over. Any extras of these? I kind of need this one. My talk's on the back of it. I don't like to stray too far from my prompting. So are there any of those? We can just float these around. No, that's not what I was hoping for. Oh, here we go. Yeah, if we got another, let's float some of these things around. I'm going to refer to some of these things later. I don't want you to leave empty-handed, so you can train your puppy or put one of these on the bottom of your bird cage. These things. Okay, I'll let you guys work that out, but I will need you to refer to this white piece of paper at some point. Anyway, what Becker said is, look, let's step back a little bit and try and think about what it is that renders human beings distinctly and uniquely different from all other forms of life. And so let me let you guys get into the action. If you had to think of a single attribute that differentiates us from lizards and potatoes, what would it be for you? Anybody? Ooh, speech is good, and in order to talk, what do you need? Pardon me? Yeah, you need a vocabulary. In order to have that, what do you need? Intelligence, good. How about the big brain, right? The fly's got a brain, but you can balance about 50,000 of them on the top of a pin. You have an enormous brain, not only in terms of volume, but I'm sure, did they study the convolutions of the brain, allowing us to stuff a lot into a small bowling ball-sized head, right? You know, yes? Yeah, no? All right, you know this. Your brain, or you should know this, is relatively large compared to other living creatures. And I hope I'm not being too homocentric when I suggest to you that human beings are imbued with a vast intelligence that renders us fundamentally different than all other living creatures, and that enables us to do things without which we would not be here today. I would submit to you, first of all, that as a physical specimen, each of you are pathetic and unable to function in any autonomous sense on the virtue of your physical attributes, right? People are not large, we're not fast, our senses are terrible, you can't see shit, you can't smell, your teeth aren't sharp. If we dropped you in the middle of the Himalayas by yourself and told you to have a nice life, it would be a rather short one indeed, because none of us, a squirrel or a cockroach, would be fine. You would not be fine. And the reason is because biologically speaking, from an evolutionary perspective, we are not well adapted physically in order to stay alive. But rather what we do have going for us, as Darwin pointed out over a century ago, is our sublime ability to engage in sophisticated cognitive activities in the service of cooperating with each other in the development of an elaborate set of social institutions that allows us to collectively continue to exist. Right, in very simple terms, we're smart, and that's why we're here. And there's two things that I'll mention about being smart that are real important with regard to why it's adaptive from an evolutionary perspective. Thing number one is being smart, interestingly enough, allows you in many situations to not behave, to stand back and say, whoa, wait a minute, this is an interesting situation. I've got to ponder what my options are here. So one of the things that Becker pointed out is that intelligence is not always directed at getting one to behave, but rather getting one to delay behavior long enough to ponder what the alternatives are. When a fly or an insect sees a light bulb, what does it do? Flies right towards it, doesn't have any choice. The behavior is instinctively determined. When you're stepping over a 2-inch crack in a sidewalk, do you have a problem with that for the most part if you're not physically disabled? Right, you don't have any problem, you step over it. But you come to the next crack, you do that thing, step on the crack and break your mother's back. Right, so you step over it, next crack. All right, then you come to a point where you have a 100-yard wide pit of flaming oil. What do you do to that? You step over that? Maybe, but then that wouldn't work out too well. So you can say, whoa, wait a minute, methinks that crack is slightly larger than the last one, and that if I continue to engage in a similar behavior, the outcome will not be positive. And so one thing that's claimed here is that our intelligence allows us to delay behaving in the service of choosing appropriate alternatives. It also does something even more striking. It allows us, and I would argue that we are unique to all life forms in this regard, to actually imagine things that do not yet exist, and then to have the audacity to transform our dreams into reality. Otto Rank, a psychoanalytical lunatic, said that only humans make the unreal real. Who drew the first pictures of helicopters? Da Vinci. What year? Yeah, one of those years, a long time ago. And when Da Vinci's drawn pictures of helicopters, what are people saying? You're crazy. 500 years later, is that a long time in biologically speaking? Snap of a finger, the crazy man stuff got me here yesterday. So this picture in our minds is converted into reality. I hope you can realize the awesome adaptive potential of being able to dream about that which is not yet here and to make it real. Absolutely. To think that these guys are like flying pieces of wood.
When they were trying to fly the little thing, you can't believe in the air.
Nice. And
Yeah.
that's correct. And that's nice, or I wouldn't be here today, and I think that that's important for us to think about. Yeah, well, maybe my bicycle would take me even longer than that, unless I caught a strong tailwind on my way out. All right, so now, let's just think about for a moment the emotional consequences of being so intelligent. And the guy who first started thinking about this, at least in Western thought, was the Danish philosopher Kierkegaard in the 1800s. Anybody hear the name? I don't know, how do you pronounce it? Kierkegaard. Danish guy. And what Kierkegaard pointed out is that human beings are so intelligent that we become aware of the fact that we exist. In psychology, they call this notion self-consciousness. Right? A potato is, but doesn't know that it is. The cockroach that I smashed in my kitchen is, but doesn't know that it is. I am, and I know that I am, and I am, and I know that I know that I am, and I am, and I know that I know that I know that I am, and I am, and I know that I know that I know that I know that I am. And you can do that until somebody kills you or you get tired of it and pass out. In other words, not only are you aware of your existence, but you're potentially capable of being aware of that, and so on. You ever do that to yourself where you're walking down the street, you're like, here I am, walking down the street. All right, now here I am, thinking about the fact that I'm walking down the street, and now here I am thinking about the fact that I'm thinking about the fact that I'm walking down the street. And then you just cave and sit on a bench for a while and try and think about what to do next. But the point that these guys want to make is that self-awareness or self-consciousness is the natural result of a fantastically complex mind. An insect can't be self-aware. They lack a complex brain that would allow that kind of cognitive activity to transpire. Because to be self-conscious means that you metaphorically have to be able to step outside of yourself and to imagine yourself, in the words of sociologists, as an object of your own inquiry. But what Kierkegaard said is that the minute you become self-conscious, you necessarily, at least from time to time, experience two very different emotions that Kierkegaard called awe and dread, respectively. And of course, awe is just the root of awesome. You hear that word all the time. That has positive connotations, does it not? What Kierkegaard pointed out is that the reason you'd rather be a person than a potted plant, I hope all of you share my preference in that regard, is that while both of those things, the person and the plant, are alive, only the human being has the sublime privilege of being here and knowing that you're here while you're here. And we should not lose track of the magnificent opportunity to be sentient with regard to the very fact of our own existence. Life rules, and that's important for us to remember. On the other hand, as Kierkegaard pointed out, there's something dreadful. Dread sounds like a bad combination of a Grateful Dead and a reggae tune, but right now, what other adjectives does the notion of dread conjure up? Yeah, fear. Fear's too mild. Give me something better. Yeah, horror. How about terror? As I was saying this morning when I gave a talk to a class on Mercer Island, when we talk about dread, we mean like fear squared, like a trembling piece of biological protoplasm twitching on the precipice of annihilation. I mean, that's afraid and a little bit more on top of that. Okay, so what is it by virtue of self-consciousness that renders you a twitching pile of biological protoplasm? Well, according to these folks, there's three things that are dreadful that we become aware of simply by virtue of self-consciousness. Thing number one is the central theme of this talk and of your course, and that's, of course, the awareness of our mortality. If you look at the handout that I've given you and just gaze at your leisure, of course, at the Faulkner quote at the top of it, well, what you'll notice that the minute you recognize that you exist, unless you're a child or an idiot, you also must realize that you're not always going to be here. And I hope this isn't news to you, especially in this class. You're all going to die. You know that? Yeah, yes. Okay, how many of you have death on your list of things to accomplish today? Anybody got that on your Rolodex of, go shopping, do the laundry, die as one of your things this week, this year, you're making plans in the immediate future? The point is that death is not something that sits well with any of us. And although we can joke about it or talk about it in an academic venue, but with relative equanimity, the claim is that only human beings are explicitly aware of the inevitability of our own demise. And as you'll see, for these folks, it is the awareness of death and our emotional reaction to that awareness that is claimed to fundamentally influence all human activity. What Becker is about to claim is that most of what motivates humans throughout their lives is, psychologically speaking, our inability to come to terms with the awareness that we won't always be here. That's only part of it, however, because on top of the death thing comes what I'll call tragedy for today, for lack of a better word. Not only are you burdened with the ongoing awareness of the inevitability of your death, but you also realize once again, unless you're a child or an idiot, that you can die at any time for reasons that you could never anticipate or control. And again, not to make light of a terrible situation, but how many of you were reading or looking at the tube about the value jet that went down in the Everglades? Not too big a value for the people that got on that plane. What about the Mount Everest climbers that got blown off the face of the earth? What a downer, right? They're seeing the top of the mountain, 100-mile wind comes up and blows you away. What about when you're in California, when the entire state gets shaken into the ocean by an earthquake? Or you're in McDonald's and a disgruntled postal worker blows your head off before you finish your sandwich. Get that special sauce all over the remains. It's cranial pate. And anyway, look, back on track. All right, here's the point, though. You know, that was a good one, though. That was a good one. All right, you know that if you're lucky, you get to live to a relatively ripe old age, at which point you will turn into a festering pile of rotting compost to feed the next round of insects, and that's if you're lucky. But you know that not all of us are that lucky. In fact, if we meet 10 years from now, statistically speaking, 5 of us won't be here, right? 10% is about the approximate mortality rate. I forget where I got that figure, but it sounds good. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this guy. Any matters of fact, check with the doctor. I'm the purveyor of hyperbole. But the point is that not all of us are going to keel over from old age. Some of us are going to go down most tragically and unexpectedly. And we're aware of that. It's not only the awareness of death that discombobulates us, it is in addition the awareness that our death can come at any time. And then finally, as Becker points out, and in this regard he's taking his cue from Freud, we also, by virtue of self-consciousness, recognize that we are fundamentally breathing pieces of defecating meat, not fundamentally superior to either lizards or potatoes. You are an ambulatory assortment of entrails that would look the same when your guts got dumped on the sidewalk as the animals that you see crushed on the road after a rainstorm. You're no different than that. You're Spam with a plan, pate with panache. You're a cold cut with an attitude, and you know that at certain points in your life, and that bothers us immensely. I've told this story many times before, but for me, I learned about that most poignantly when I was 12 years old, and my buddy tackled me in a touch football game, and my leg broke. I heard this snap, and I went, oh, that was an interesting sound, like kindling being broken. And then I looked down, and I saw that my right foot was at a 90-degree angle to my leg, and I'm like, I don't remember that. And then I looked at the other side of my ankle, and I saw my bone sticking out. And I'm like, oh, man, this is a problem. And I don't think we're going to be able to get a committee together or like have a bake sale to fix this one. This is when I realized that myself, whatever that means, is ensconced in this physical body that grows old, that is the massive producer of excretory products, and that my very existence is dependent on the ongoing annihilation of other forms of life, as Becker points out most poignantly in the quote that you've got on your handout. Well, all that Becker suggests is that for the average individual, the ongoing awareness that you're going to die, that it could happen at any time, and that you're a breathing piece of defecating meat would literally render us paralyzed with abject terror if we didn't do something about it. In other words, if the only thing you thought about all day is I'm gonna die, a rock could fall on my head and crack my fucking skull, and I'm no different than an armadillo, you wouldn't do much. You just kind of cower in the corner hoping that you didn't get crushed in the next minute or two. And so for Becker, it is hypothesized that humans resolve the existential dilemma posed by the awareness of their impending mortality, made possible by virtue of the intelligence by which we become aware of ourselves, by using the very same intelligence that got us into this mess in the first place, in the service of constructing and maintaining what we call culture, or what Becker would call culture. And so what Becker suggests is that culture is a set of humanly created beliefs about the nature of reality that are shared by individuals in a group, and that a primary purpose of culture is to reduce the anxiety associated with the uniquely human awareness of death. I'll say that again just to give me something to do, because I see some of you writing this down. His definition of culture is a humanly constructed set of beliefs about the nature of reality whose primary function, according to this analysis, is to reduce the anxiety associated with the awareness of death. Let me point out for those of you, any psych major types, well, it doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter what your major is, but this is not to suggest that that's the only thing that culture does. What it is to do, rather, is to claim that any adequate understanding of the basic nature of humankind and of the nature of culture must include this notion that it, in part, is serving a defensive psychological function. All right, now, let's think about how culture does that. And so now the issue is, how is it that culture reduces anxiety? And what I want to offer to you in that regard are three things. I want to talk about the notion that culture lends meaning. Secondly, that it confers value. And thirdly, that it serves to deny death, and hence the title of Becker's book, The Denial of Death. What Becker suggests, first of all, is that a primary function of culture is to give us a sense that life is meaningful. What he points out is that there's a ton of different cultures in the world around us, and they all seem to be very different, and yet what they share in common, regardless of their superficial differences, is that they all provide answers to universal cosmological questions about the nature of life, and that the answers that are provided are geared ultimately to convince us that we live in a universe that is relatively stable, orderly, and meaningful. All right, now let's just think about that. What do we mean when we talk about cosmological questions? What's cosmological? Anybody? GRE word. Pardon me? Yeah. Cosmological is big questions. And the point is, has a lot of connotations, but the way I want to use it is in the broadest possible sense. How many of you, when you were kids, thought about, did you ever think about where did we come from? You ever have that? No, some of us have. You ever think about what you're supposed to do on Earth, what your special function was? You ever think about what's going to happen to you after you're dead? You ever think about those things? According to Becker, as soon as you're conscious, those questions are going to come up, no matter what time and place you happen to live in. Where do I come from? What do I do? What's going to happen to me? And what he claims is that it is a fundamental aspect of culture to provide us with answers to those questions. And just some obvious examples in that regard, the ones that I talk about most often, and I'll talk about them again today because I haven't thought of new ones, are first of all creation stories And second of all, calendars, which I could never spell. Is it E? Okay. An E there? D-A-R? Okay, whatever. I just put a lot of vowels there, and whichever one is right was the last one I put there. That's what I used to do in grade school, and never got away with it. But you know what I'm talking about there. Let's talk about creation stories first, just very briefly. You all know that every culture offers an account of how the universe came about. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, how'd Earth get here? God, how long did it take the man to do it? Now, the big man did it in 6 days. 7 was a break, right? And most of us share that belief, whether or not we seriously subscribe to it. But you also know that not all cultures share that particular vision of how the world came about. We have some excellent books in the Skidmore Library about African creation stories, so I'll give you 2 of those that I like a lot. Fulani peoples in Mali believe that the earth was created out of a giant drop of milk, so that when God put the first animals here, they would have something to eat until the 7-Elevens and Domino's Pizza caught up to us. The Yoruba tribe in Nigeria believed that there was just water here at first, and then God came down and put a metal plate on the water. Then he took a snail shell and turned it upside down and put it on the plate, which is now floating on the water. And in the snail shell, he put dirt. And then he put a rooster on the plate next to the upside down snail shell. And as the rooster pecks the dirt out of the shell, that becomes the different continents. Got it? Excellent. Okay, now let's just think for a moment. What do all of those creation stories have in common? God. They have in common one God, and they have in 2 common that they're all ridiculous nonsense that a non-retarded 3rd grader would recognize as such, with regard to them being absolutely veridical accounts of what actually happened. All right, if you want to get feisty with me, I would grant that maybe one of them are right, but does it make sense that they're either all wrong or n-1 of them are, quote, wrong? All right, and my point here, and I'm not trying to be cynical, and neither is Becker, who happened to be a profoundly religious man, and we'll try and come back to religion at the end of all of this, but the point that Becker wants to make is that the function of culture is not to illuminate the truth, but rather instead to obscure the horrifying possibility that we live in a random and indeterminate universe in which the only certainty is the inevitability of our demise. All right, I was going to talk about calendars, but in the interest of time, I'm going to let you think about them in the same way and move on here. Let's just note to begin with that what Becker suggests is that for us to feel relatively at ease, that we must perceive that the world around us is meaningful. How many of you have ever had a day where you've wondered about whether or not life is meaningful? Anybody? Good. That makes you most human. And when you're thinking life has no meaning, is that typically a cause for celebration? What's the affect that you typically associate with the thought that life is meaningless? Yeah. What else? Depression. And Becker, in his 2nd book, which was about depression, said, hey, that's what depression is. When you think life has no meaning, you don't do anything. In Becker's language, action bogs down, and you're turned into a breathing pincushion, incapable of engaging in even the most rudimentary of instrumental behaviors. So what he wants us to think about is that on the one hand, in order to function at all, we have to think that life is meaningful. On the other hand, he says that meaning is necessary but not sufficient unless it is also complemented by the belief that we as individuals are valuable members of that meaningful universe. What he wants to claim is that it's not enough to think that life is meaningful unless you also can perceive yourself as a uniquely valuable contributor to this ongoing cosmic drama. All right, now be honest, how many of you when you were kids ever envisioned yourself doing great stuff? You guy types. I speak more in gender biased terms, because my big thing was I wanted to catch like 100-yard touchdown passes behind my back to stadiums full of people screaming, and then I wanted to play guitar like Jimi Hendrix at the same time that I was catching 100-yard passes. Some of you might have thought about being Nobel Prize winning scientists or prima ballerinas. or statesmen or persons or lawyers and so on and so forth. The point that Becker wants to make is this is not pathological narcissism, except perhaps in my case, this is rather a fundamental yearning that represents the basic nature of the human condition. And what Becker suggests is that the way that we feel valuable is in the context of how our culture defines what it means to be a person of value. What he claims is that what culture does is to provide each of us with a set of social roles with associated standards of conduct, the satisfaction of which allows you to perceive yourself as a significant individual. And I'll tell you what I mean by that in simple English momentarily. But the idea here is just that we need to feel not only that life is meaningful, but that we as individuals are persons of value. All right, what Becker does then is to take these two things and to combine them in order to generate his definition of self-esteem. What Becker says, hey, that's what we're talking about when we talk about self-esteem. Self-esteem is the belief that you are a valuable member of a meaningful universe. All right, you see what he's doing? He's taking these two ideas and he's combining them in a way that says that when you have value plus meaning, that you feel good about yourself. That's self-esteem. And that self-esteem is the psychological construct through which culture exerts its anxiety buffering influences. All right, now, that may not have made any sense, it's kind of obscure, but let's pass that on and talk about a few other ideas on our way to doing these other things. Thing number one is to note that according to this analysis, every one of us needs self-esteem. In all times and places, self-esteem is of central importance. In fact, Becker declares that it is the dominant human motive, and that ultimately, though, it's serving a defensive function, which is to reduce anxiety. But one of the interesting and I think frighteningly provocative implications of this analysis is that while we all need self-esteem, the way that we get it is always relative to the time and place that you happen to be existing in. Because that which would convey immense regard in one social milieu might have quite the opposite effect in another. And the best example I can offer you of that is just the distinction between individualistic versus more communal cultures. You know how in the West we value the rugged individual who's fiercely independent and strikes out on their own? Well, in the East, as you know, in Asian culture, where they value community and cooperation, they have a saying that the nail that sticks out will get hammered back in. The idea being that that which makes you Donald Trump and a hero in one culture would render you a colossal asshole in another. And we can laugh about that, but what's interesting here is that the road to self-esteem is never anything that can be pursued autonomously, because what it means to be a person of value is almost always ultimately culturally prescribed. There's very few things besides incest that are universally valued or loathed. And anything that you can tell me that we hate in our society, I can give you another example of a society that loves it. And I just think there's something interesting about that that ought concern us. But we don't have time to linger on that too much, so let's get to our central concern for today, which is this notion of culture being a means to deny death. I should point out, by the way, just in passage, that on this piece of paper that you should definitely stare at some point, that's what Berger and Luckman are doing in this social construction or reality thing. But I think more revealingly is what Alfonso Ortiz, the Tiwa Indian down there from New Mexico, is saying. This is in the October 1994 issue of National Geographic. The Tiwas are in the southwest in New Mexico. And so let's read what Alfonso says. A Tiwa is interested in our own story of our origin, for it holds all that we need to know about our people and how one should live as a human. The story defines our society. It tells me who I am, where I came from, the boundaries of my world, what kind of order exists within it, how suffering, evil, and death came into this world, and what is likely to happen to me when I die. And so note that here's Ortiz never having had a class in his life, right? The ultimate wisdom does not require the academy, as you're painfully aware, although we try and hide that from our students as professor types. Here's Alfonso saying the same thing. This is what culture does for us. It is the psychological ballast upon which our equilibrium rightfully depends. But it only works if, besides meaning and value, culture can purchase what we're really after, and that's immortality, either symbolically, don't knock anything over, or either symbolically or literally. So let's talk about the denial of death. Let me find a place on the board here. And let's think about this in two ways. At the level of symbol, so let's think about it symbolically, and then literally. And what Becker points out is that with a few important exceptions that are necessary for us to understand that all cultures that we're aware of offer their constituents some hope of immortality, either symbolically or literally. At the symbolic level, Plato talked about this whenever he was breathing a long time ago in Greece. And what Plato said is, hey, one of the reasons why people like to do big stuff, like build big buildings, write symphonies, have shit tons of money, is that while you know that you will not be here forever, there is some comfort in the knowledge that a physical manifestation of you remains nevertheless, right? That's why whenever some rich guy buys a building, what's the first thing he usually does? Yeah, you name it after yourself. If I see one more Trump building, you don't have Donald Trump. You know who I'm talking about? In New York, every block is like Trump Tower, Trump's Pizza Parlor, Trump. And there's more Trumps than Rockefeller stuff now. But the point is, for Plato, that's even one of the reasons why we have kids. The notion that any kid, people here, who's got kids? I never thought that was true until I saw my own mini replicas. I'm like, oh, here's my kids. There's me. The bottom of the gene pool has been reached once again. But Plato said, hey, at the symbolic level, you realize that you're not going to be here, but there's going to be some vestige of your existence that remains nevertheless. Right, but, as you know, we also take this quite literally through what dominant social institution? Where do you get literal immortality? Yeah, from religion typically. As you know, we'll just do this very quickly. Most religious traditions offer hope of literal immortality. In the Christian tradition, life may suck on earth, but if you do the right thing, you qualify for immortality, whether you be a dipstick for a cesspool or the president of IBM. It doesn't matter. Everybody can win. Same thing in Eastern thought. You go through a successive series of reincarnations until you get it right, and then what do you reach? Nirvana, at which point you don't have to keep coming back as a carcass. You can hang out in this ephemeral mist that I look forward to becoming forever. Rules. Immortality rules. It's big. All right, and that's what these guys are suggesting. All right, so now the issue becomes, okay, well, so what? If you grant that these ideas are important, or if you even grant momentarily that there's some validity to them, what implications does all of this have for helping us to understand about ourselves and the world around us? And what Becker says is, look, I think what we should do, or at least one of the things that he suggests, is that we look at different cultures and our own in order to develop better ones. What he says is, look, all cultures pretty much do the same thing. They are vehicles to help us understand the nature of the world around us and to provide us with opportunities to feel good about ourselves in the service of perceiving that we might someday be immortal. But having said that, Becker vehemently opposes the notion of cultural relativity. Have they talked about that, or the use of that term? Yeah. Okay, have you heard the term cultural relativity before? That's just this idea that every culture's different and there's no grounds to make judgments between them because they're all just different. Becker rejects that unequivocally. He just says, look, me speaking for him, he says, I think that that's bullshit. I think you can and must make judgments about the relative utility of different kinds of cultures with regard to the extent that they help us live and to the extent that they help us die. And what he goes on to do is to say, well, okay, what do we mean when we talk about a culture being potentially better than another? And Becker says, well, he's dying by this point, actually. It's 1974. He's running out of time. He's in the hospital with cancer, writing his last book. And he's like, okay, let me give you some idea of what the difference is between what he would claim is a good culture and what he would claim is a less than good culture. And he says 4 things that I'll talk about today. So good culture. The first thing that he says is that a good culture provides for the physical needs of its citizens given its current level of technology and its present access to natural resources. So let's just say that good culture provides for physical needs of its people within limits of technology and resources. How much time do we have, Jim, till the class ends? Oh, nice. I'm going to shut up within 15 minutes, so we have some time to talk, and so I just wanted to see where I'm at here. The idea here is that you can't be worried about self-esteem or physical or psychological transcendence unless you're still breathing, right? And in order to do that, you've got to have enough to eat, you've got to have a place to live, you have to be educated in whatever sense of the word your culture employs that term. And so the primary responsibility of all cultures is to deliver the physical goods necessary in order to survive. Psychology types, who else talks about that? You got to provide for physical needs first before psychological needs. Maslow, good. This is pure Maslow, and that's where Becker's getting it. I don't want to spend too much time on this except to point out to you that by this standard, how do we do as Americans? Huh? Terrible. How many Americans are starving? Pardon me? 10% of the American population is starving by anybody's definition. Any homeless people in America? Unemployed? Uninsured and uncared for medically? All right, are any of these things because we lack the physical resources to do them? Remember, we're a country that pays farmers to not grow food because we have so much of it. So just note that we have plenty of technology, we have plenty of resources. By this standard, we are one of the most derelict cultures on the face of the earth, in the sense that no other culture has the potential to provide for its citizens to the extent that we do, and no other culture, one might argue, falls as short as we do in that regard. I don't mean that critically, but I mean it truly because it's the case. All right, now, let's think about that and just pursue this a little bit more. Why is it that, why don't we feed everybody? When you ask Newt Gingrich, pardon me? Well, what do we lack, according to those guys? What do we have? We'd like to feed everybody, but we don't have enough what? What don't we have enough of? Anybody? What does everybody say? What's our big issue? Money. Okay, now note, and this is important, we got to take a 5-minute diversion to talk a little bit about money. All right, what is money? Good. Money is useless abstraction that has no value whatsoever except to the extent that we agree that it has some. This piece of paper, ooh, it's a big one. Money rules. In the Himalayas, unless I need toilet paper, this is worthless, right? This money, by its definition, all money is useless. Its value depends on our mutual consent. And in fact, this money used to be backed by what in the old days? Gold. What's it now backed by?
Zilch.
Not zilch. What's it say on the back of every bill? Who are we trusting? Not gold, trusting God. So note one of Becker's big points, which is money is the ultimate secular religious icon, functionally indistinguishable from all other religious, economic, or political ideologies, and should be seen for what it is in that regard. And all he asks us to think about is the awkward reality that in fact, we have plenty of technology, we have plenty of resources, we have plenty of people to do anything that we want. What we seem to lack is an adequate quantity of what he would consider to be a death-denying religious illusion, much in the same way that he talks about other such institutions. I'll just toss that out as something for you to think about. Let me hide my money, though, so that none of you take it. All right. Having said that, let's move on to point number 2, and that's that it is also imperative that a good culture provide for as many people as possible opportunities to feel good about themselves. Whoa. So here we get to the self-esteem thing. Good culture provides self-esteem. I'm going to abbreviate here and go for this. Self-esteem for as many people as possible. Obviously, this should follow from what I've said. If we take this idea seriously, then we can also ask, relative to different cultures, how many opportunities are there in the culture for you to feel good about yourself? All right, now, if you're a Christian and you believe in Christianity, is everybody eligible for salvation? Right, and in that regard, is not Christianity the ultimate egalitarian religion in that everybody is at least abstractly eligible for the main man to take you into his house forever, right? Right now, most of us, though, the Judeo-Christian tradition in America has waned somewhat of late, to be somewhat understated. And what is it now that we measure ourselves according to in American culture? Money, right? But how many of us can be fantastically wealthy in American culture? Good, and therefore the 99% that are not are what in the eyes of America? We're worthless failures right underneath whale shit at the bottom of the ocean. So note that there's something else interesting about American culture, and that is that we are in the interesting position of valuing that which most of us could not reasonably expect to have. Because if you don't have money, what should you have in America at least? What's that? All right, smarts, I think even being smart has become passé. Jimmy Carter was smart. Pardon me? Looks. The two things are looks and money, especially if you're a woman. An ugly guy with cash can get away with it, but if you're a woman and you look like you were walking to the bank and got hit in the face with a bag of nickels, you're in trouble. Or you've been playing goalie for the dart team, if you have a fire in your face and they had to put it out with a javelin, you're in trouble. I have a few more of those. That used to pass for humor in my college days. I still like it, though. Silliness is good. All right, now, but the point is to not be silly for a moment, here's another instance where Becker would say, geez, we've got to take a look at what we're doing in our culture. And I would suggest to you that this is a real problem, that Americans are suffering from massive deficits in feelings of self-worth. 1/3 of the American population will have sought treatment for depression, according to the National Institute of Mental Health, by the turn of the century. There were 80 million Valium prescriptions doled out in this country in 1983, making Valium the 3rd most consumed pharmaceutical on earth, right behind aspirin and vitamins. We got 50 million, conservatively speaking, alcoholics, and so on and so forth. That doesn't even count like Republicans and other forms of pathology that I would argue can only be understood in terms of the absence of self-worth. I didn't mean to get political. I couldn't help it. Couldn't help it there. But anyway, and of course that, if you feel free to disagree with me in that regard. The point is, and adolescent suicide is on the rise, and it's not the crack babies in Harlem that live in refrigerator boxes that are killing themselves. It's the white kids in the upper class suburbs that are finding it very difficult to feel good about themselves in a climate of rising expectations accompanied by diminishing opportunities. And this is something we need to think about. The third thing here is the idea that you accomplish these first two goals without unduly inconveniencing other individuals, either outside or inside of the culture that you reside in. All right, so let's say do 1 and 2 without hurting others. So what I'm saying here, I'm getting lazy and writing in shorthand, but what I'm saying is that for Becker, the third criterion is, well, look, how well do you satisfy your physical needs and your need for self-esteem without damaging other individuals, either in or outside the culture. Right now, check it out. You need to have that there, or somebody like a Hitler looks pretty good. How'd Hitler come to power? Pardon me? How'd he come to power, though? Early 30s. What happened? Pardon me? Yeah, but how did he get in power? How did he get in power? How literally did he? Was it a coup? What? Pardon me? No. But how did he get in office? He was democratically elected, just like Newt Gingrich and Ronald Reagan, the Happy Hitler, and all these other people. Hitler had a plan, and was the German economy in trouble when Hitler was elected? Yes, it was. Did Hitler do some good things early on? Yes, he did. Did Hitler make the German people feel good about themselves by declaring, if you're white, you're all right, if you're black, send them back? How does that make you feel when you're told that you are the ultimate form of humanity and that any other race of person is like some sort of inferior insect to be snuffed out with the bottom of your booted heel? Is that a morale booster to be told that you're the greatest life form on earth and that God wishes for you to run everything? It was a big boost. The Germans were demoralized. Hitler was a giant, literally, in the early days. Of course, there is the fact that 100 million people were killed in the process, and he almost destroyed civilization as we know it. So do you see why you got to have this third stipulation here, where some pretty ugly things can happen, and you can apply these standards and make a culture look pretty good? Does that make sense? And we talked about this earlier today, and I'll just mention it briefly, because right now I see interesting things happening in American culture. For decades, we used to have the communists as our designated people to hate, right? They were our scapegoats, but now the walls come down, and we have a few foreigners to hate. Who are we really hating these days, foreign-wise? Pardon me?
Japan.
Ooh, I guess Mexico. Yeah, I guess, well, there's no shortage of hate objects, right? The Japanese, the Mexicans, I was going to say Islam, we have to despise, and Chinese. Middle East, yeah, we got all those people to hate. And now internally, who are we hating now? We've actually turned within to dump on people. Who do you not want to be in this culture right now? Pardon me? Ooh, I don't know. Pardon me? I don't know. All right, that's not who I'm hating these days. Well, no, that's who we may be hating. Who are Americans hating right now? All right, forget about this line of thought. This is not working for me. The high school, well, okay, you can hate whoever you want. What I was going to suggest is that right now the average American, of which none appears to be in this room, is hating poor people, immigrants, homosexuals, and old people. I would say that those are the groups that the American culture are balancing the budget on the backs of as we speak today, that they've become our kind of resident hate objects. Let me get back to my main point, though, and to the fourth one, and that's the notion that a good culture teaches one to die. And let me say, teachers want to die well. And that if we take everything that I've said so far today seriously, then a good deal of your life should be spent in preparation for your ultimate transition back into the unknown, whatever that means. And what Becker suggests is that psychology can only bring you so far, at which point it dumps you on the doorstep of religion. And that this is as far as you can get in psychology. And although that's important, in the long run, all of us, regardless of what we call it, have to be religious in the broad sense of the word. Otto Rank preferred the word spiritual. He just said that people, because we're conscious, have to have some spiritual basis upon which to live, in part to allow us to live, and in part to allow us to die with integrity. And the guy who I like a lot who talks about this notion is a psychoanalytical type named Erik Erikson. Psychology types know Erikson's work. Erikson was interested in studying how people change over their lives, and one of his interests was what happens to us at the end of our lives. And he said, look, some people, when they get to the end of their lives, are really bitter, and they're really disappointed. They have a hard time thinking that life is meaningful, and they're real afraid of death. Am I supposed to salivate if it were the psychology lab? I'd be drooling a little bit. Erikson says, look, some people do not handle the prospect of their death very well. When it comes time to getting old and wrapping it up, they look back and they go, geez, what a fucked up life. I did everything wrong. I wish I could do it again. I don't want to die, and I'm just bitter and miserable. If you look at the Tennessee Williams thing, this reveals my age. I know the old timers. You know Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, right, Jim? Do you know that play? Anybody, you ever see this movie, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof? It's a great, what's that? Elizabeth Taylor, Paul Newman, Burl Ives before potato chip commercials. One of the best movies, I would argue, about this. Has anybody seen that movie? Just so I know where you're at. You know that Burl Ives and Paul Newman are both like bitter people. And so here's Burl Ives at the end of this play in a very moving scene with Paul Newman, where he says, you know, the human animal is a beast that dies, and if he's got money, he buys and buys and buys. And I think the reason he buys everything he can buy is that in the back of his mind, he has the crazy hope that one of his purchases will be life everlasting. Any amount of money gonna get you life everlasting? This guy's barking up the wrong tree. Here's a miserable guy ending his life by sharing the pain, as it were, with those that remain behind. But Erikson said, hey, there's another way, and this is the way that most folks will take in a best-case scenario with individuals who have developed to their fullest potential in the context of a culture that provides the support to allow them to do so. And what Erikson says is that there are other people who at the end of their lives, they say, well, look, it's not that I'm perfect, and it's not that I wouldn't do some things differently, but for the most part, I'm happy with my life. I liked being me, and I appreciate the opportunity for having had myself in a position to have lived it all. These are folks that, while not excited about dying, are able to accept it with courage and humility. And what Erikson points out, and this is one of my favorite lines, it's the last line from the book, The 8 Stages of Man. Again, he should have called it The 8 Stages of Human, and it would have been better for me. But he says, look, when parents have the courage to die, their children will have the faith to live. And I think that really puts it in perspective with regard to what's at stake for all of us. It's not only the way that you live your life that is meaningful, but rather the way that you live your life is literally setting the stage for the tone of life itself after you're gone from it. And what I would suggest is that some cultures are better able to prepare us for our deaths than others. I think I saw, Jim, you did the Tibetan book of was that in, did you do that? You know, the Tibetan book of death is like this manual about how to prepare to die. Did you guys do any of that stuff? All right, that's an interesting thing. Let me shut up in a minute, though, but read you one thing. In Saratoga Springs, where I come from, I meant to print this, but I couldn't find it until I got here, so I called back to New York. Saratoga Springs is a very old town, Revolutionary War vintage, and apparently, I'm told that before Columbus got here, there were these red people that wandered around, and although we've put them in amusement parks and casinos of late, they had a rather rich culture of several millennium that had some interesting thoughts. Saratoga Springs is called Saratoga Springs because there's these mineral water things that pop up in the ground. They were of legendary spiritual importance for the Indians, and before we booted them off the land, it was the private religious ground. There's a rock in Saratoga Springs upon which the following prayer is etched by an Indian dude in the 1700s, a guy named Tom Whitecloud. And here's what Whitecloud says, and apparently this represents the feelings of the Indians in my area of a few hundred years ago. So here's Whitecloud saying, "O Father, whose voice I hear in the woods, and whose breath gives life to all the world, hear me. I am a man before you, one of your many children. I am small and weak. I need your strength and wisdom. Let me walk in beauty and make my eyes ever behold the red and purple sunset. Make my hands respect the things you have made, my ears sharp to hear your voice. I seek strength, Father, not to be superior to my brothers, but to be able to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Make me ever ready to come to you with clear hands and straight eye, so that when life fades as the fading sunset, my spirit may come to you without shame." All right, note the contrast between that and Burl Ives saying, if I could buy enough shit, maybe I can live forever. And note that I think we've got a lot to learn from other cultures about life in general and about death, both in life and after life. And of course, any anthropologist is going to have to endorse that claim somewhat heartily. Let me turn around, though, and say that I think our culture has quite a bit to offer. If most of this lecture seemed like a convenient opportunity to bash American culture, it's because it was, and I think we deserve it, but that's not to suggest that there aren't aspects about popular American culture that are not potentially invaluable. I think we have as much to offer to the world around us as we have to gain by paying attention to folks in other times and places. And for Becker, that's really where he was at the end of his life. He said that we all have a responsibility as social scientists and as human beings to collectively construct ever increasingly useful visions about the nature of reality. In other words, we're supposed to be myth makers. Unlike a lot of scientists who say, well, I want to find the truth, Becker said, yeah, that's important. But equally important is the continuous development of increasingly constructive ways of thinking about ourselves and the world around us. And I think that's a good idea, and that it's something that we should try. Let me shut up because I've taken too much time. Thank you for your unbelievably kind attention, and just open things up for questions or comments. Anybody? Go ahead.
I've never actually been this person. Talking about like death denial and really know it. You know, was there a point in your life you woke up one morning, you know, my life changed in a certain way, and I realized, you know, I'm human and I'm going to die. And I got really depressed.
Yes.
I'm one of those ordinary people that goes to see a psychiatrist and takes antidepressants because I'm very depressed most of the time. And I remember being depressed for 3 months after that. You know, the kind of depression that you can't even get because I'm going to die. You know?
Yes.
How am I going to spend the next, I don't know how many years of my life? And I wonder, it's like, how do you really remember that flight? And was it so life-changing that we block it out?
Okay. Those are a lot of good questions globbed into one. And did everyone hear that, or should I amplify? The question was, is it really the case that every one of us comes to a genuine emotional recognition vis-a-vis the awareness of death and possibly suffers the psychological consequences thereof? And the answer to that is no. That in fact, according to Becker, the world as we know it, for better or worse, is predicated on most people not ever doing that. And the claim is that that's what culture is designed to prevent. It is the confrontation with your mortality that you encountered. Having said that, though, that's not to suggest that that's the way it ought to be. Right? Depressed people are not the ones committing mass genocide. Those are happy people masquerading under the banner of nationalism. And so there is a severe price to be paid for not coming to terms with our mortality. And that's easy for me to say from a distance, but I remember my moment, and I've talked about this in front of the Becker Foundation before. I read these books, and I was a 25-year-old college professor, and I'm like, I can't teach anymore. I quit my job for a year and worked in a restaurant. So my moment came then, and 15 years later, look at me, it still hasn't worked out. But I haven't killed anybody either. And so I don't mean to make light of your questions. They're very poignant ones. And one of the things that we've talked about in the context of the Becker Foundation is this idea that perhaps the human race cannot move in the evolutionary sense until we all grow up, as it were, and come to terms constructively with our own mortality, be it through religious or psychotherapeutic or some sort of social intervention. Yeah, nice question, though. Other things, I know we're not long on time, but I'm not in a rush. Other questions, anybody? I should point out also that my buddies and I have done, at this point, over 100 experiments, most of them published in psychology journals, where we have tried to determine whether or not all of this stuff is true, whatever that means. And that anybody that's interested, I'll make sure Jim knows how to find me. Or are you on email? Anybody do the email thing? Let me give you my email address, because if you like this stuff, write to me and say hi anyway. If you're in New York, come by at a town called Collect. What I do, for the most part, as Neil told you, I use every opportunity that I can to shamelessly cavort around and talk about Becker's ideas. I think they are important. I think he's one of the most least recognized profound thinkers of this century, and it's nice to hear that this is provocative, but none of that is me. What my buddies and I, we're experimental social psychologists. We do these studies that I think are very clever, quite frankly, where we basically ask people in a subtle laboratory paradigm to think about themselves dying. And then, like 15 minutes later, we have them do some other stuff where we look at what happens to you as a person after you've been asked to think about the fact that you're going to die. And to make a long story short, and this may not make sense to a lot of you, what we find is that after thinking about your own death, you love anybody from your culture more, and you hate people that are different more than you did before. And I would argue that that's a point very much in favor of this conceptual analysis. There's a lot more to it than that, but please do, especially psychology types, if you're empirically inclined, note that we have now 15 years of empirical studies in support of all of the primary claims that I've made on behalf of Becker today. Other things?
Has there been any evidence found of a good culture existing?
Well, you see, that's a good question. And of course, obviously, for Becker, this is an unattainable ideal. We are, after all, human. And he just wants to set a standard for us to work towards. If he were here to represent himself, I suspect he would offer us some of the perhaps Scandinavian countries' mixed models as moving in the right direction. And also note that Becker was brutal with regard to his condemnation of what goes on here, while at the same time being equally forceful with regard to Americans being in a real good position to do something about it. Because Americans, we think we can do anything, right? That's part of the thing that makes Americans endearing, is that we're like, yeah, we're fucking Americans, we can do everything. And in fact, if we took that seriously, we ought to be at the vanguard of the development of a good culture. But again, good question. I think that we have to see this as an unattainable abstraction. Just like for Becker, mental health is an ideal to be approximated, but never acquired. Anybody think you're there already? If you are, for him, get ye to the clinic. All right, other stuff. Other things, man.
We all know about popular culture, and so just a question. Now, is there any idea how positive, provide more positive?
Great question. Let me amplify what's more of a point and a good one than a question, and that's the idea that what's the role of popular culture with regard to helping us come to terms with our death. And I think the role is huge, but we have a way to go. Americans, as you know, are the most death denying. How many of you have ever seen a dead body before you went to the body burning thing? You know, in Germany, the stiffs are displayed in the funeral parlor windows, right? You're eating a hamburger and looking at a stiff. We don't tend to keep our dead around in the living room and view them and so on and so forth. We're very hush-hush about it. I think in the long run, popular culture has to be a big player. In a sense, though, this is kind of a humble beginning. Just this is a point of popular culture. You all, if you're sufficiently compelled by these ideas, will now hopefully go tell somebody else about them. And I think we have to start at ground zero. One of the things that I've done for Neil, and that's spectacular, is we go talk about this stuff in high schools. I've talked about this in grade schools. I've talked about it in maximum security prisons, in old age homes, in business executive boardrooms. I think we have to, at the very local level, inject these ideas into public discourse, and that's the way we've got to get going.
Might I just say, Sheldon's ideas, please sign up on the Earth Effector Foundation sign-up sheet, because
Yeah.
alert what is available. Already, we're going to have 3 videos, and we already have 4 audios, Sheldon, and there are about a dozen other scholars that are in the same area. I'd love to keep you all informed.
Nice. Some pictures of me for dartboards that we're going to make next.
While you're on the German situation, that's an ideal place to tell that German, in which interview people on either side of the street.
Yeah, one of our most, that's nice, Neil. We've done some stuff also when you talked about visiting a funeral home. We've done some work in Germany where we interview people either in front of a funeral home or in front of a grocery store. And then we just ask them, you know, how much do you hate foreigners? And in front of the funeral home, you hate foreigners more than in front of the grocery store. So just note that very subtle reminders of mortality have very potent effects on our behavior. In fact, our German colleagues have also demonstrated that after thinking about death, you will sit physically closer to someone from your same culture and further apart from someone who comes from a different culture. So we've done a lot of work in field settings and in lab settings that demonstrates that the death thing really does have a significant effect on all aspects of your behavior.
Why that is?
Yeah, what I told you today. But I'm not being glib, because the mechanics that underlie that would require another hour or two to properly articulate. And of course, we're all growing old, and we got another minute or so. So if you're interested, write to me, and I'll send you what we've written to try and account for why that's the case. But if I can ever scam another visit out here, I'd be happy to talk about that. I like it out here. All right, are we done? I'm not rushing things. I don't want you to be late. What happens, Jim, in between classes? Are there?
I don't know what to say to you.
I'm not trying to kick you. Oh, okay. All right, so I'm not in a rush. Let's break up so that if you have someplace to go, you can do that. If not, we'll linger indefinitely because I'm on vacation forever. Thank you. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much. I can't see you all, which is probably for the better. Folks in the back, they're in coach. Everybody here okay? All right, thank you. It's really great to be here. I sort of wish I could see you, but this will work fine. This is a tremendous venue, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the work that I do that we described in a book that we wrote recently called The Worm at the Core, on the role of death in life. And in that book, we kind of ruminate about the fact that throughout human history, in fact, all the way back to day one, theologians, philosophers, just like people sitting on a rock in the middle of nowhere, have been trying to characterize the essence of what it means to be a human being. And there's been a lot of designations, and I'm sure you're familiar with at least one of them. Who's heard of the people being referred to as Homo sapiens? Again, I can't see you, but I'm going to assume that most of you are familiar with that notion. It comes from the ancient Greeks, this idea that we're fundamentally rational animals, even to the point of being on occasion wise animals. And we don't have time to debate the merits of that designation of the human animal. I simply mention that to point out that that's one way that people have been characterized over the centuries. Another designation of human beings is Homo ludens. In the early 20th century, an anthropologist said, oh, we're fundamentally playful creatures. A couple of decades after that, there was another Homo faber, this idea that we're tool-making, manufacturing creatures. A couple of decades after that, Homo aestheticus, the idea that we're aesthetic creatures, that we're concerned with surrounding ourselves with beauty. Recently, there's been another Homo tossed onto the table, Homo narratization. Somebody has described us as storytelling creatures. And I think those are all pretty good. I think they are useful heuristic devices that draw our attention to different aspects of our humanity that are certainly worthy of our collective cogitation. But what we do in our book is to propose yet another designation. We call it Homo mortalis. And we thought about that after I ran into a short story by a Scottish writer, Alexander Smith, in the 1850s. And he had a little sentence that I found quite arresting. He said, "It is the knowledge that we have to die that makes us human." And I thought that pretty much captures what it is that I would like to talk about tonight. A couple of decades later, William James conveyed the same idea in biblical terms when he said that death is the worm at the core of the human experience. And of course, James is referring here to the story of Adam and Eve, and back in the day in the Garden of Eden, when Eve chomps on the apple from the tree of knowledge, and that renders us aware of our mortality, and things sort of decline pretty precipitously thereafter. And then, as Lisa mentioned, 1973, the cultural anthropologist Ernest Becker wins a Pulitzer Prize for his book, The Denial of Death, in which he takes that basic idea that it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human, and he elaborates upon it from an evolutionary, existential, psychodynamic perspective, and that's what I'd like to tell you about this evening, as well as the research that we've done that we think provides a substantial body of evidence that corroborates his basic claims. And so, with that in mind, let's just start from an evolutionary perspective. And I really do wish that I could see you to get a couple of head shakes, but I'm going to assume that you've all heard of Charles Darwin, a couple of head shakes even in the front, and I'm also going to assume that you're okay with the relatively non-controversial Darwinian assumption that human beings share with all forms of life a basic biological predisposition towards survival in the service of self-preservation as well as reproduction. To put it another way, more simply, living things like to stay alive. And for the scholarly types out there, that's from the second chapter of The Origin of the Species that Darwin titled The Struggle for Survival. But Darwin turned right around and he said, yes, like all living things, human beings want to stay alive, but we're uniquely different, Darwin observed, by virtue of our rather large forebrain that gives us the capacity to think abstractly and symbolically to the point where humans, and only humans as far as we can tell, have the sublime ability to imagine things that do not yet exist, and in the audacity to take our dreams and to render them real. Question, because I'm doing too much work already. Who is doodling pictures of helicopters in his notebooks in the 1500s? Jump in, anybody. Good, Da Vinci actually. Michelangelo had some good doodlings though. Also, and what do people say when they saw drawings of helicopters in the 1500s? Good, you're crazy. And yet, isn't it amazing that today we are routinely transported by what was originally denounced as the doodlings of a madman? I like how one of Freud's disciples, Otto Rank, put it when he said, only human beings make the unreal real. And I hope we can all agree that this is a pretty good explanation of why people have been so prolific and successful as a form of life. All right, let's hold that idea and let's go back in time a couple of decades. Darwin is 1860s, Monster Manos a couple of years. Let's go back to the 1840s and think a little bit about the Danish existential philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. Again, if I could see you, I'd ask who's ever heard of Kierkegaard, and if anyone has ever tried to read him, he's very, very difficult, even in translation. But Kierkegaard in the 1840s, and this is before psychology even existed, he made some strikingly profound observations about people. And what he said is, we are so smart that we actually come to realize that we exist. In psychology today, they call that consciousness or self-awareness. And if I could see you, I would ask you another question, and it's not a trick one, and that's who's aware of the fact that you're sitting here now listening to me or pretending to do so? And I would hope that I could get a pretty decent response rate. It's Skidmore 50% and I'm having a good day. And I know there's some of my former pilgrims out there, so you know what I'm talking about. But for the most part, most of us can readily admit that we're not only here, but we know that we're here. And Kierkegaard even takes that further. You ever wake up in the morning and you're walking to work and you're like, here I am walking to work, thinking about walking to work. Anybody ever have that kind of experience? How about this? Here I am walking to work, thinking that I'm walking to work while I think about that I'm walking to work. And Kierkegaard's point, and here is the point, is that it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive apparatus to, in his turgid language, render yourself the object of your own subjective inquiry. And the point that Kierkegaard made is that humans are the only ones who could do that. A rose bush exists, but doesn't necessarily know it. An armadillo exists, but doesn't know that it exists. Not going to argue with you about whether or not your dog knows that it exists. All I need you to do is to admit that you're here and you know it. And if you'll grant me those two theoretical assertions, living things like to stay alive, and people are so smart that we know that we're here, all right, then we can keep going. And what Kierkegaard did in a very tiny little volume, it's called Fear and Trembling, and I always recommend that my friends buy it for their in-laws' coffee table. It's really a good conversation maker. All right, so Kierkegaard says, well, if you're smart enough to know that you're here, you will necessarily experience two uniquely human emotions that Kierkegaard called awe and dread, respectively. And I like those words because we know what they mean. Awe is awesome, and the point that Kierkegaard made And I want to dwell on this for at least 30 seconds before things take a decidedly negative turn. But the point that Kierkegaard made is that it is remarkably uplifting to be alive and to know that we're alive. And that some of our very finest moments are the result of the spontaneous exuberance that we experience just from the fact that we're here. Who's ever had one of those magical days? You ever wake up one day and nothing really happened? You didn't win a Nobel Prize. You didn't win Powerball. The Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl. You just wake up and you're like, yeah, life is great. Who's ever read James Joyce's Ulysses or pretended to have done so? Any literary people? Last sentence of Ulysses, 50 pages, the longest sentence in the history of literature. No capital letters, no punctuation. That didn't work for me in English class, but I think he won a Nobel Prize from that. But the sentence starts and it ends with the same word. Yes, it is great to be alive. Remember that. Because Kierkegaard then turns right around and he says, yeah, but it's dreadful because if you are smart enough to know that you're here, you're also smart enough to know that, like all living things, your life is of finite duration. And I hope I'm not the first one to bring up this fact to you. Like all living things, you too will someday die. And Kierkegaard's point is that this is not a welcome realization. A lot of us keep lists of things to do. Walk the dog, pay the cell phone bill, put gas in the car, die. No, most of us don't have that on our to-do list because it would be something that we would readily put off, often in perpetuity if we can get away with it. But Kierkegaard also pointed out that it's not only the fact that you will someday die and that I will someday die, that is psychologically discombobulating. The discomfort associated with the awareness of death is magnified by the coincident recognition that not only will we die, but we can die at any moment for reasons that we could never anticipate or control. And then just to kind of knee us in the psychological groin, what Becker does is to add a Freudian idea, which is that we're animals. And we really don't like to admit of that fact. Who's seen the Elephant Man film? Again, I can't see you. Has anybody seen that film? One of the great films. Remember when that Elephant Man says, I am not an animal? Who remembers that? It's like the great line in the film. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, I am with you, Mr. Pachyderm. However, you're wrong. You are an animal, and I'm an animal, and all of you, like it or not, are breathing pieces of defecating meat that from a purely biological perspective are no more significant or enduring than lizards or potatoes. And the point that Becker makes is that if that was the only thing that we thought about, I'm going to die someday. I could walk outside and get hit by a comet. I'm a breathing piece of meat. I'm a cold cut with an attitude. I got some better ones. I'm spam with a plan, but I've got no can. Stop me. I grew up in New Jersey. I'm a talking sausage. I'm a pate with panache. You get the point. If that's all that we thought about, we wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. We would literally be twitching blobs of biological protoplasm, cowering under our chairs, groping for rather large sedatives. And the point that Becker makes is that in order to somehow minimize the potentially paralyzing terror that is engendered by the uniquely human awareness of death, which was an unintended consequence of our vast intelligence, human beings rather ingeniously, although most likely quite unconsciously, developed what the anthropologists call culture. They used the same symbolic and abstract cognitive capabilities that created this problem in the first place to try to extricate ourselves from it. And what Becker says is that culture consists of humanly constructed beliefs about the nature of reality that we share with our fellow human beings, in order to reduce death anxiety by giving us each a sense that we are valuable individuals in a meaningful universe. And in another book of Becker's that I like a lot, called The Birth and Death of Meaning, Becker introduces two terms that I like because they're rather straightforward. He calls them meaning and value. And so he says, well, in order to just get up and function every day, we need to think that life is meaningful. And the way that culture allows us to do that is by, first of all, giving us each an explanation of the origin of the universe. All cultures, as far as we know, tell us where we come from. All cultures, as far as we know, give us some prescriptions for how we're supposed to behave while we're here. All cultures, as far as we know, give us some hope of immortality, either literally through the heavens, the afterlives, the souls, the reincarnations of all of the world's great religions, or symbolically, as the Greek philosophers Aristotle, Plato, Socrates noted. Well, we may know that we're not going to be here forever, but we're comforted nevertheless by the prospect that some vestige of our existence will persist over time, perhaps by having children, perhaps by amassing great fortunes and writing our name all over buildings and airplanes, perhaps by producing great works of art and great works of science. But the point that he makes is that we need to believe that life is meaningful. And even if you're not a psychologist, if you wake up one day and you're not so sure that life is meaningful, what psychological condition almost invariably results? The most common. Good, depression, very nice. And so depression is when we become disillusioned. We have a hard time finding that life is meaningful. And when we become disillusioned, that renders us demoralized. We no longer have a confident blueprint that enables us to get up and act on a day-to-day basis. All right, so meaning is absolutely necessary but not sufficient for psychological equanimity, because in addition to that, we need to feel like each of us as individuals is a valuable contributor to the meaningful cosmological drama to which we subscribe. All right, be honest with me, who when you were a little kid ever thought of doing something great? Anybody ever dream of winning an Olympic gold medal? Anybody ever dream of winning a Nobel Prize? Anybody ever, like me, dream of winning a gold medal and a Nobel Prize and managing a hedge fund at the same time? Well, the point that Becker makes is that that's not pathological narcissism. That is just the normal yearning of a self-conscious individual to want to believe that we're here for a particular purpose. And culture helps us feel valuable by providing us with social roles with associated standards of conduct that if we meet or exceed them, it gives us the sense that we're persons of value in a world of meaning. So if you are a hedge fund manager, well, your job is to make money. If you're a nurse, your job is to save lives. If you're the goalie on the Bruins, your job is to keep the puck from getting into the net, and so on and so forth. Well, those are basically Ernest Becker's ideas. Human beings are so smart that we realize that we exist. That makes us aware of death, tragedy, and our animal nature. That creates potentially overwhelming existential terror that we manage by embedding ourselves in a culturally constructed belief system that gives us a sense that we're persons of value in a world of meaning. Head shakes if I'm making sense so far. Is that okay? All right, time out. Hang on. Vodka, very good. Okay, so 2 questions. One question is, well, so what? And the other question is any of this true? And I think these are important questions. And so some of you may be sitting here saying, well, all right, you know, I get it. This sounds okay. But so what? And in my world, I'm an experimental social psychologist by trade. And when we ask the so what question, what we really mean is what kind of conceptual or explanatory power do we get from this particular set of ideas? To put that another way, it's like, well, what can we understand if we accept these ideas that would be difficult or impossible to understand otherwise? So that's the kind of so what question. And then there's the question of, well, how do we know if any of this is true? Now, Ernest Becker won a Pulitzer Prize for his book, The Denial of Death, but he was roundly denounced in academic circles. People just said, you know, this is like poetry. It's just philosophical speculation. It's interesting, but it's really futile because there's just no evidence for this. And moreover, there's no way that you could provide evidence for this. And this is where Tom and Jeff and I come in. We were young punks right out of graduate school. We discovered Becker's ideas. We were all excited about them, and we started traveling all over North America and Europe. And I would give talks like this. I think I was wearing the same shirt in 1983. And I would be at these academic conferences, and all the famous psychologists would be in the audience. And I would be saying the same thing, blah, 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 Kierkegaard. And like 30 people would get up and run out the back. And then I would be like Death, and another 50 people would run out the back. And I'd be like, Tom and Jeff were like, I don't think they like it. And I was like, no, they love it. They were just running to get an advanced copy of the paper that we've not yet written about these ideas. And so that's what we did. We wrote a paper, we sent it to our flagship journal, The American Psychologist, and 6 months later, we get a rejection, and it was one sentence. So usually you get like 10 single-spaced Russian novel-length pages, but we got one sentence. The reviewer said, I have no doubt that these ideas are of no interest whatsoever to any psychologist, alive or dead. And so anyway, Jeff and Tom said, I don't think they like it. And I said, no, they fucking love it. They're just being coy. They really, they really like it. No, but evidently they didn't like it because the same paper was rejected at every journal in the English-speaking world, including Parade Magazine and Better Homes and Gardens. And finally, at a psychology convention, standing next to the president of the American Psychological Association, who's also the editor of the American Psychologist. I had one too many of those ethanol-infused beverages with the little umbrellas in it. And I was like, dude, you should publish our paper. And he's like, yo, you guys are experimental social psychologists. You should produce some evidence in support of your ideas. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about that. It just never occurred to me. I got a PhD, unscathed by knowledge, a method in search of a question, and now all of a sudden we really had something that could occupy our attention. So that's what Jeff and Tom and I have been doing for almost 35 years. And so what I'd like to do is to address the so what question and the how do we know this is true question at the same time. And the way I'd like to do that is to just talk about some areas of inquiry, just some things about people that I think we can't understand without recourse to these ideas. And then when I do that, I'll also give you a sense of how we've done our studies to determine why I think these ideas are, quote, true. Like, let's start with what was Tom and Jeff's and my original interest, and that is how come people can't get along with other human beings who don't share their beliefs about the nature of reality. And this bothered us when we were graduate students. Why is it that we can't get along with other people who worship different gods, salute different flags, wear different clothes, sing different songs? And as many of you probably know, this problem is not of recent origin. Even the most benevolent glance at human history reveals an ongoing succession of genocidal atrocities juxtaposed with the brutal subjugation of designated in-house inferiors. And the question is, well, why? And what Ernest Becker does in The Denial of Death and in another book called Escape from Evil is to offer, I think, a very provocative answer. And it goes as follows. He just says, well, okay, if our beliefs about the nature of reality serve to minimize death anxiety, then whenever we encounter people who do not share our beliefs, whether we're aware of it or not, we have a problem. Because if we accept the validity of an alternative conception of reality, we necessarily do so by undermining the confidence with which we subscribe to our own beliefs. And once that happens, we expose ourselves to the very anxiety that our beliefs were erected to diminish in the first place. Again, I would annoy you if I could see you and ask if that made sense. That's as close as we get to technical tonight, and so I'm going to risk putting you in a coma by saying it again. So the point is that if your beliefs about reality reduce death anxiety, and you run into somebody who's different, well, that's a problem. Because if you grant the possibility that they're right, well, then you may be wrong. And once you lose faith in your own beliefs, at least as Becker and as we see it, you're going to experience, even if you're not aware of it, the anxiety that your own death arouses in you. Right, so if I believe that God created the earth in 6 days before taking a well-deserved break, and then I run into somebody in the Borneo of the South Pacific, and I learn that according to their cosmology, the earth was gestated out of a coconut tree, a giant coconut that came out of the side of a palm tree. Well, if they're right, I must be wrong. Right, so what do we do when we run into people who have different beliefs? Well, the first thing that we do is to denigrate or belittle the possessors of those beliefs. All right, God created the earth in 6 days. Those other people believe that the earth was created out of a giant coconut. Yeah, but then again, those poor bastards are living in tents, wearing grass skirts, worshiping piles of sticks and mud. They don't have cell phones or CNN. And of course, if they did, I hope you understand I'm being facetious here, they would surely agree with us. But there's an important point here, and that is that when we denigrate as not quite human people who don't share our beliefs, that diminishes the threat that those beliefs pose to us. A couple of yays, if that makes sense. All right, while we do that, at the same time, we try to convince people who are different to dispose of their ridiculous beliefs and to adopt ours instead. Christian missionaries are very good at that, but they're not the only proselytizers on the planet. If that doesn't work, just kill those bastards, thus proving that your ideas and your God are superior after all. My God is better than your God, and we will kick your ass to prove it. All right, well, if we believe Ernest Becker, then what he argues is that we cannot understand man's inhumanity to man unless we're willing to consider that a good deal of prejudice and hostility towards people who are different comes from our inability to accept people who do not share our death-denying delusions. Right, well, is this true? How do we know if this is true? All right, so what Jeff and Tom and I did was we had an accident. We were sitting around one day bowling, and a thought struck us. It doesn't happen often, but it was a good one. We said, all right, here's what we're going to do. If Becker is right, then what would happen if we got some people and if we reminded some of those people about their own mortality? And then let's get another group of people, and we're not going to remind them of their mortality. We'll remind them of something unpleasant, but not fatal. Maybe like failing an exam, or being in a car accident, having a limb amputated, or giving a talk in such a distinguished crowd and getting sick and projectile vomiting on the first row, and thus feeling ostracized and humiliated. All negative things, but not fatal. And so what we thought is that, well, if we remind people of their mortality, that should make them, psychologically speaking, need their culturally constructed beliefs even more, and we should be able to detect that by measuring their attitudes and their behavior to other individuals who either share their beliefs or who are opposed to them or merely different from them. And so we've done literally hundreds of experiments. Sometimes we remind people of their mortality by bringing them into the lab, and we just ask them to scribble down their thoughts and feelings associated with their own death. Sometimes we ask them to fill out a death anxiety scale. Sometimes we show them gory images of like car accidents and autopsies. Sometimes we do the work outside the lab. We stop people and we interview them either in front of a funeral parlor or 100 meters to either side. Sometimes we're really, really subtle. We bring them into the lab and we have them read stuff on a computer, but what we don't tell them is while they're reading that stuff, we're flashing the word death so fast, 28 milliseconds, that you can't even see that you have been exposed to it. And my point is that all of the studies that I'm about to talk about, doesn't matter how you remind people of their mortality, it produces the same outcome. All right, so let me tell you about the first study, almost the first study that we did. It was at the University of Arizona, and we had Christian participants that we randomly divided into two groups. We reminded some of them about their mortality, reminded others about something unpleasant, and then we asked them to evaluate other students who were very, very similar, except some of them reported that they came from Christian families and some reported that they came from Jewish families. And what we found was quite striking. In the control condition, and momentarily restoring my faith in humanity, our Christian participants didn't discriminate. They rated the Jewish and the Christian targets equally highly. Right, however, when they were reminded of their mortality first, they liked fellow Christians a lot more, and they hated Jewish people. Right, now, it's important to note that this has nothing to do with Christianity per se. To be silly, the 5 Jewish people in Arizona were busy that day, so we only used Christians. But if you go over to Israel and you have Jewish people and you remind them of their mortality, they like Jewish people more and they hate Christians. If you go to India and you remind Indians of their mortality, they love Indians and they hate Pakistanis. Not only do these death reminders radically influence our attitudes, they also influence our behaviors. So Germans reminded of their mortality sit closer to fellow Germans, and they sit further away from people who appear to look like Turkish immigrants. We did a study in Iran where we had Iranians and we reminded them of their mortality, and we asked them if they supported suicide bombing. And we also asked them if they wanted to become a suicide bomber. And what we found was astonishing. Iranians in a controlled condition, they were not big fans of suicide bombing, and they certainly didn't want to become a suicide bomber. But after they were reminded of their mortality, they were very supportive of suicide bombing and quite willing to consider becoming one. I don't know about you, but I find that discombobulating. At the same time that we did that study, we did another one in the United States. Americans are very pragmatic. We're not about to blow ourselves up, but as you know, we're very happy to blow up other people. And we reminded Americans of their mortality. And what we found is that after being reminded of death, Americans were more supportive of the preemptive use of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons against countries who pose no direct threat to us. And I like George Bernard Shaw. I don't know if any of you know his plays, and he's one of my favorite playwrights, and I think it's in Heartbreak House, where he says, when the angel of death sounds his trumpet, the pretenses of civilization are blown from men's heads into the mud. like hats in a gust of wind. And I think that really sums up this line of inquiry. All right, let's set this aside and let's move on to another area of interest to us. And this has to do with the effects that existential fears have on political preferences. Who's ever heard of the German sociologist Max Weber? Is anybody back? And my point is Weber, an excellent non-pharmacological intervention for insomnia, but also a profoundly important thinker who at the beginning of the 20th century introduced the term charismatic leader. I know you've all heard that term, but what Weber said is that in times of historical upheaval, people often become attracted to a certain kind of leader, a kind of superficially larger than life, almost heroic individual who is often believed to be divinely ordained to rid the world of evil. And a lot of people have used Weber's analysis of charismatic leadership to understand Hitler's rise in Germany. Because remember, Hitler was elected in the 1930s, and we got interested in this, unfortunately, in the aftermath of the events of September 11th, 2001. Depending on your age, who remembers what you were doing that day? And who also remembers that the president at the time was George W. Bush? And on September 10th, 2001, President Bush had one of the lowest approval ratings in the history of presidential polling. I hope you'll remember that, those of you that were around. 3 weeks later, he had one of the highest approval ratings. Who remembers that? Again, just a couple of head shakes. And this was true for Democrats as well as Republicans. And we wondered about that. Why? What happened to President Bush? Was there a magical metamorphosis from a functionally illiterate oil industry neocon meat puppet to a competent and efficient public servant? Maybe. Or, setting this aside, or could the events of September 11th have posed an existential threat to the American public to the extent that, quite unconsciously, we became attracted to the president who 2 days after September 11th said, we will rid the world of the evildoers. And in a cover story of Time magazine in October of 2001, he said that he believed that God had chosen him to lead the country at this perilous time. So we did a bunch of experiments in 2003 and 2004 all over the United States where we would remind some people of death and some people of something unpleasant. And then we asked them, well, do you support President Bush and his policies in Iraq? And in every one of the studies, we found that Americans were not particularly enthusiastic about the president or his policies in Iraq, except if they were reminded of death first. And that substantially increased their enthusiasm for the president and his policies. And in one particularly striking experiment that we did 5 weeks before the 2004 election, at Rutgers University with Americans who were registered to vote and who intended to vote. We reminded them, randomly divided them into two groups. One group thought about death, the other group thought of something unpleasant. And then we just asked them, who are you going to vote for in the election? Not a public proclamation, private ballot, stuff it in the box. And what we found was astonishing. In the control condition, people said that they intended to vote for Senator John Kerry by a 4-to-1 margin. But when reminded of their mortality first, they said they intended to vote for President Bush by a 3-to-1 margin. Now, I wish we had the lights on so I could ask you if you understand how profoundly disconcerting those findings are. And these findings should concern any of us, regardless of our political predilections, because they have ominous implications for democracy, which ideally tells us that elections should be decided by rational deliberations of people that have at least a bit of information about relevant issues. And of course, 2001 is done, but 2016 not done. And here we are in the wake of a presidential election with very similar historical conditions. We haven't had another 9/11, but we had the Paris attacks, we had the San Bernardino shootings, we have Donald Trump saying that he will make America great again by building a giant wall and keeping all the immigrants out. And 2 months ago, we did our first study where we showed the same thing, that Americans reminded of their mortality reported that they supported Donald Trump more and were more willing to consider voting for him. And I'll say no more about that except vote early and often in the coming election. All right, let's move to another area and let's talk about how our concerns about death alienate us from nature and contribute to the degradation of the physical environment. Anyone suffer through, even though it's one of the greatest documents ever, the John Locke's second treatise on government, where Locke says, he says, you know what? Anything that is in nature and that's alive is of finite duration. And what Ernest Becker says is, yeah, and that's why nature really makes us uncomfortable. And that's the psychological impetus for the creation and the formation of supernature. If we were happy with the world as it is, we wouldn't have to create a supernatural dimension that enables us to transcend the boundaries of time and space. And because of that, what we have found in our studies is that when people are reminded of their mortality, they become incredibly hostile to the fact that humans are animals. So when we remind people of death, they deny that human beings are animals. When we remind people of death, they have more negative attitudes towards animals, and they say it's okay to kill them for reasons other than food and medical research. Right? When we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with their own bodies, and they don't like things that would normally be extraordinarily pleasurable, even sexual activity. And when we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with natural surroundings. A team of Dutch psychologists did a great study where they showed Dutch people who had been reminded of death or not pictures of either a forest or like a neighborhood with lawns and bushes. And under controlled conditions, people liked the forest more than the neighborhoods. But when they were first reminded of their mortality, they didn't like the forests, and now they like the burbs with the symmetrical bushes. Right, finally, when people are reminded of their mortality in simulated games that have to do with the management of natural resources. So in one study, people are told, well, pretend that you're the owner of a forest, and you have to decide how many trees you're going to chop down. But if you chop down too many trees, well, then the forest isn't going to grow back. Well, the good news is under controlled conditions, people will temper their behavior in the service of maintaining the non-renewable natural resource, or at least not renewable in a timely fashion. However, when first reminded of their mortality, they just cut the crap out of the forest, suggesting that part of our cavalier disregard for the natural environment has to do with death denial. And of course, we can't talk about the degradation of the natural environment without also thinking about that human beings, particularly in Western society, are overwhelmingly, one might claim, preoccupied with the insatiable desire for money and stuff. I haven't been in Boston for a while, but do we still have shopping malls here? Anybody go shopping yet? More people shop the day after Thanksgiving in the United States than who vote in presidential elections. Tennessee Williams, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Anyone know that play? Do you remember Big Daddy, who says the human animal is a beast who dies? buys. And if he's got money, he buys and he buys and he buys. And I think the reason he buys everything that he can buy is that in the back of his mind, he has the crazy hope that one of his purchases will be life everlasting. Well, sure enough, we and other researchers have done studies when we remind people of death and we ask them, well, how much money would you like to have? People say that they want to have more money. And when we remind people of their mortality and we show them advertisements for fancy luxury items like a Lexus or a Rolex, people say, oh, I need that, I want that. In one great study done by Polish researchers, they brought people in and they reminded them of their mortality, and then they just asked them to draw pictures of coins and Polish paper money. And what they found is after people were reminded of death, they were asked to draw accurate representations, but they drew bigger coins and they drew larger money, suggesting that money looms larger on our minds when existential concerns are aroused. Finally, they did one more study. They gave some people a pile of money and they said, hey, just count this money. And then they gave other people a pile of paper, same size as money, and they said, hey, just count these pieces of paper. Right, then they said, give me back the money, give me back the paper, and they measured death anxiety. And people who just got to count money reported having less death anxiety. I think that's a very profound indication that money has a lot more to do with than the rational exchange of goods and services. Let's talk about one more area that I think is illuminated by considering these existential ideas. And that's the fact that America is currently a petri dish of psychopathology. Who's aware of the fact that according to the National Institute of Mental Health, about 12% of the American population is currently depressed, and about a third of the American population will be depressed at some point in their lives. This is 10 times higher than after World War II. Another third of the American population is addicted to drugs and alcohol. The final third is, as I speak, watching Survivor to see who can drink the most yak urine, or they're in their SUV on their way to Walmart to see if they can save a dime on a chainsaw or a lemon. And silliness aside, the point here is that whenever there's wholesale dissatisfaction, dis-ease, in any culture, what Ernest Becker said, what Martin Seligman said, who was the president of the American Psychological Association in the 1990s, is that we need to step back and we need to look at the values that our children are taught to embrace, and we need to consider whether or not those values are realistically attainable by the average individual. Right? Who remembers the American dream? Who, like me, grew up being told that if you work hard, you could be just as rich and even famous as Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. Do you remember that? But if not, well then that's your fault. So that's the so-called American dream. But the fact of the matter is that it is highly unlikely. Economic mobility in the United States is incredibly limited. You are more likely to get out of poverty in Bangladesh than you are in the United States. But if you embrace the American dream and you're 40 years old in a polyester suit selling 3-pound burritos on the second shift at the drive-thru at Taco Bell, well, you're taught to blame yourself, and that's a recipe for psychological despair. Women have it even harder because we expect women to also be fiscally successful, but we also hold them accountable for standards of physical beauty that are literally unattainable. Who's aware of the fact that a picture of the pretty women in Cosmopolitan, those women are all touched up? Are you aware that they don't actually look like that? And the fact is if I can't floss my teeth with you, you're too chunky. And if you're older than 25, I don't know what the current use-by date is of women in our society, but these are impossible standards. And the point very simply is I think we are paying the price psychologically now. I was the last generation of Americans where it was okay to be average. Old-timers might remember back in the day, the average person was average. And that was all right. You didn't have to disembowel yourself in the parking lot of your college if you got a B. A B was good. And we used to get drunk and tear down the goalposts on the football field to bring them into our dorm rooms. And I fear for the youth today because I think, again, without belaboring this point, that they are being held accountable for standards that are just not realistically attainable. And this is a recipe for psychological despair. Thomas Hardy, one of my favorite British novelists, he said, if a way to the better there be, it comes from taking a close look at the worst. And that's pretty much what we have done tonight. What I would submit is that malignant manifestations of repressed death anxiety bring out the worst in us. They make us demoralized, hateful, warmongering proto-fascists plundering the planet in our insatiable quest for dollars and dross in a Facebook, alcohol, TV stupor. And I don't think it is overly polemic to agree with the psychohistorian Robert J. Lifton, who said that we may be the first form of life to have the ignominious distinction of being responsible for our own extinction. All right, I'm tempted to stop because it's late, but I don't want to leave you with that thought because it's like, oh, thank you very much. All right, but have a good night. Meet me behind the dumpster in the grocery store, and we'll guzzle some Woolite. All right, let's not stop there. Let's end on a slightly more propitious note by noting, and I do think this is of radical importance, that human beings, we have a really fantastic track record historically of extricating ourselves from some very serious problems once we understand what underlies them. So in the Middle Ages, when half of Europe was wiped out from the plague, we weren't getting anywhere when we attributed the plague to evil spirits. But then we figured out that it was bacteria, and once we did that, we invented penicillin, and that led to modern medicine, and probably why most of us are still alive today. By the same token, I would submit that if we could collectively come to recognize the central role that mortal terror plays in our lives, then we might be able to deploy our remarkable ingenuity in the service of reducing the destructive potential that our existential fears can and often do unleash. And so, let me leave you with two of my favorite thoughts. I don't have any thoughts of my own, but other people that I like. Albert Camus, in his notebooks, he said, "Come to terms with death. Thereafter, anything is possible." And I like that, maybe an overstatement, although I hope he's on the right track. And the reason I mention that is because if these ideas have merit, then we're all implicated. I think it's incumbent upon each of us to just think about the extent to which concerns about our mortality influence a lot of what we do. And I think it's important to note that death anxiety is not itself the problem. Death's not going to go away. Death anxiety's not going to go away. When we get into trouble is when we repress death anxiety, when we bury it under the psychological bushes and it comes back to bear malignant fruit, and that's when I think it causes us some difficulties. One more thought from Erik Erikson. Anybody remember him, the famous psychohistorian? Erikson said, when parents have the courage to die, their children will have the faith to live. And I really like that idea because what it points out for each of us is that this is not only about us. The decisions that we make or that we fail to make about coming to terms with our own mortality influence not only the course of our lives, but the lives of the people that come after us. I think there's a tremendous amount at stake, and that we each can contribute to, as corny as it sounds, making the world, if not a better place, how about a slightly less troubled one. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you. Oh, this is better. I can see you all look vaguely familiar. So do my kids when I see them, though. So evidently we can have some questions, which should be great.
I just want to start off with, you mentioned in our phone conversation prior to the program about the judges.
You know what, Lisa, I'm so sorry. So can I have a minute for that?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's very interesting.
we had a pre-production meeting. And of course, these great folks at the museum are like, you must talk about this, and then I didn't do it. Not intentionally, but I do think this is important. The very first study that we did was with municipal court judges in Tucson, Arizona. We divided them in half. Half of them think about death, the other half think about not death. And then we asked them to set bond for an alleged prostitute. And we were just interested in whether or not death reminders would influence the punitive reactions of the judges. And they sure did. In the control condition, the judges set an average bond of $50, which was typical at the time. When they were reminded of their mortality, the bond was 9 times higher, $455. When we asked the judges, they said, no way your stupid questionnaire could have influenced our judgments. My silly joke to Lisa is, next time you get a parking ticket, pray that the judge hasn't driven past a cemetery on the way to sentencing you. But more seriously, I've been an expert witness in several death penalty cases where an argument has been made that we shouldn't show people gratuitous death-related imagery just prior to sentencing. And there's been more than one study that shows that legal decisions are routinely altered by these momentary conditions that include death reminders. Thanks for reminding me of that, Lisa.
Question is going to be right here.
Okay, so everything you're saying here really kind of rings true, at least to me, in a lot of ways. But just to play devil's advocate here, which is what I do, going back to the man's inhumanity to men with differing ideas.
Yeah.
Where do people factor in who might have truly convicted beliefs that there's an afterlife and they're all set, and this whole death thing is just going to be like graduating from high school or a corporate reload package or something, and it's just not that big a deal. And if somebody disagrees, that's too bad. I'm sorry you don't see it the right way. Your loss, not mine. But yet we have had historically all this animosity towards different people. What's going on there? Was there never really truly any convicted belief in an afterlife, or is there something else going on? In addition to to the fear of death.
Yeah, great question, and we should talk afterwards, just so we don't get bogged down, sir, because I don't know. We think there's other things going on, and we think that people, despite their confident proclamations to the effect that they're certain of what will happen, or when the psychological crap hits the fan, as it were, end up not being so sure. Anyway, it's a profoundly important point that we've been struggling with empirically, and it's a good one.
We have another question right here.
Thank you, Professor Solomon. It's Vera. You're
Hi, Vera.
amazing. You changed my life when I had you as a student. Okay, so I guess my question is, and you probably get this a lot, you talked about religion in regard to death denial, and Christians and Jews and Indians and Pakistanis and Hindus and, all that. What about when someone's an atheist or a Buddhist or, you know, who doesn't have necessarily like this prescribed notion about an afterlife. I'm just curious.
No, very good. Vera and I go way back. When did you graduate?
2003.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Anyway, good point. You know, the Buddhists should be pretty good, but in the country formerly known as Burma, they don't have a real good track record in terms of their treatment of others. All right. Having said that, though, we have studied Buddhist monks in Asia. I can't remember what country. And they don't respond defensively to death reminders. So there's at least some possibility, and I believe this earnestly, that it is possible. You know, who's seen the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and there's lots of religious and philosophical traditions where we are taught that it takes a lot of time and effort, but we can come to terms with our mortality to the extent that we shouldn't behave this way. Right? But atheists are not like that. It turns out, and again, this is another one of these things, we'll catch up and we'll talk more. Atheists turn out to be different than people who describe themselves as agnostics, right? The agnostic just says, I don't know what I can't know. The atheist is the flip side of the religious fundamentalist, right? They each are ardently convinced of that which can't be known. And so when we remind atheists of their mortality, they're just as vicious as their theistic counterparts, and they become more convinced that God doesn't exist. And so our view is that atheism is just another death-denying worldview, and a rather shallow and disenchanted one. Moreover, when atheists are reminded of their mortality, and we give them, not we, but there's some folks at Oxford that measure what's called implicit or unconscious religious beliefs, what they find is that atheists reminded of their mortality, they say they believe in God less, but unconsciously they become more religious, just like religious people. So I guess what I would say is that there's a lot more work to be done, but I don't buy the arguments, with all due respect, of the Christopher Hitchens of the world or the Richard Dawkins, when they say, oh, religious people are these poor deluded bastards, and atheists are the all-encompassing repositories of wisdom who see the world clearly and truly. Well, if that were the case, they wouldn't respond to death reminders in the same way that their theistic brethren do. Great point, though, Vera.
Next question here.
My question is, when you become so accustomed to being on the brink of death, how would that affect the denial of death?
Wow, good question, sir. And that's what we're doing right now. And without trying to sound defensive, because I think your question is really important. Tom and Jeff and I, we spent 30 years just trying to show in our studies that these death reminders have predictable effects. And now the real work starts. And what I mean by that is to get at the nuances, to address the questions, the fine questions over here. We're studying people who work in healthcare settings, like nurses and surgeons. We're studying first responders, fire people, and police who put themselves at risk all the time. And we don't know, which is just my way of saying I need to come back here someday if I can calm the folks that ask me. And I'll get back to you on that. I think that it's an important question, but like all the good ones, I got to go with I don't know yet.
Okay, next question's right here.
I wonder, in any of your studies, have you studied people who trend towards suicide? It seems like it's a growing proportion, particularly amongst young people. It's one of the leading causes of death, where they no longer strive to maintain their own lives.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. The straightforward answer is we've not done that, not because we're uninterested, but because we can't see a way to do that in an ethical fashion. what we would like to do. I mean, in principle, and again, this is where science in theory butts up against practical constraints. If people who were prone to suicide, if we gave them subliminal death primes, then you would expect suicidal ideology to increase. We do have a chunk of a chapter in our book about suicide where we argue, based on clinical research, that most people, not everybody, but most who commit suicide believe that there's something on the other side that is better than their lives at present. No, we haven't done that, again, not because we wouldn't like to, but because it would really be tough to do it in an ethically sane way.
Next question here.
As far as I know, the shamanist cultures, the cultures we call primitive probably, they don't really hate other religions. Like, they're absolutely tolerant to other religions, and that was observed for shamanism, animist cultures and so on. Have you investigated this, or do you have any explanation for this?
Yeah, actually, that's another one of these. Every one of these things are great, and again, these are the high dollar questions that if I could answer, I'd be chugging rum out of a coconut on a beach with my Nobel Prize. Because all of these effects that I reported have been found in Asian cultures, but they're, in a modern secular world, we've been kind of homogenized. And it is true that non-monotheistic religious traditions are fairly ecumenical with regard to the toleration of people with different religions, but they always see them as inferior to their own. So most primitive cultures, and again, we write about this in our book, I don't know if it makes us right, but what we learned reading anthropologists is that most primitive cultures, the word for their culture means human to them. And of course, the implication, therefore, is that if you're not of their culture, then you're slightly less than human. So you might be tolerated, but it doesn't mean that you're not denigrated. Good question, though.
Okay, we have a question right here.
Now I can see.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that our death anxiety is an inherent part of our humanity. So potentially not learned or acquired, but have you looked at all at children to see if their perspective is different than adults? And I'm not sure where the cut point is needed to find what a child is, since it's a continuum of development.
Yeah, okay, again, another annoyingly, and I mean that as a compliment. It's an incredibly important question. We have a chapter in our book on, how children become aware of death. There's a massive clinical literature that suggests that kids are aware of and concerned about death long before their parents think. So the Sylvia Anthony in the 1940s and 50s, a British psychologist, interviewed children and their parents. And kids as young as 2 or 3 express concerns about death, while their parents are saying, oh, they never even think about that. Young people here, have a pet or a plant first and don't have kids for this particular reason. But I was interested when we had kids as to when the issue would arise and if it would be precipitated by any particular event, like the death of a relative or a pet. And unclear if there's a predictable developmental progression. Now, there has been some research by Israeli psychologists suggesting that children as young as 9, when they're reminded of their mortality, hate Russian immigrants in Israel, and they love Jewish people. So what I can tell you with confidence is that by age 9, the effects that I spoke about tonight are already manifested in kids, but that doesn't really address your question as to what point it happens. Does it happen at the same time for all people, or whether or not we're able to delineate a developmental trajectory that can shed light on that? So again, another great question that we need to get to.
Next question, Maria.
Hi. I'm wondering if you've seen anything
about how long has to pass between the reminder of death and the effect you're seeing. So, I mean, obviously the people in the control group have been reminded of death in maybe the past week, but they still wanted to vote for John Kerry.
Yeah.
How long do you have to go?
Yeah, you know, you guys are awesome. And we should stop soon before my, I don't know, get too tedious. All right, again, another high dollar question. In our world, we call that a stochastic issue, I think is the word, which is, you know, what's the time course of this? There have been studies that show that these death reminders that we do in the lab persist for hours or even days. But again, that doesn't answer your question as to, you know, that's the beauty of the lab experiments, is that by creating a completely artificial environment for a very short amount of time, we can really surgically alter conditions. So one group of people is exposed to one thing and another group not. But as you really rightfully point out, and accurately, we're assaulted by a bouillabaisse of death-related imagery on a relatively regular basis. And that raises another important empirical question as to how much that affects us. And good point. Somebody asked me a yes or no question.
Okay.
Really.
Do you have a yes or no? All right, here we go, over
No,
here.
I'm being silly, but these are great questions, by the way.
I can phrase this as a yes or no question, but have you done any research, or are you aware of any research on how attitudes about abortion have been impacted by death anxiety?
No, we're doing that now. So, that's a great one. So right now, we're looking at attitudes about really current social issues. So what I can tell you is that Americans reminded of their mortality hate Muslims and object to a mosque being built in their neighborhood. Americans reminded of their mortality hate immigrants and object to immigrants moving into their neighborhood. The two things we're looking at now are attitudes about guns and attitudes about abortion, given that these are of such prominent and controversial concern. So, no, we haven't done it, but we are doing it. So that's why I've got to come back.
Next question here.
I've noticed that a lot of times people don't seem to care about environmental issues, even since the inconvenient truth and beforehand. And even at my own church, they'll throw all the plastic tablecloths into the trash, even though they're pretty clean and you could return them to the supermarket, or they'll throw things away, or people will tell you, oh, I do it at home, I don't do it here. I do it at home, I don't do it on vacation. They have a million excuses about why they are not going to help the environment, and they don't seem to want to face it, and they don't want to take the blame for, gee, we might have done something to the planet. Maybe that's why we're having all these wild weather and climatic problems. So do you think this might be sort of like the forest and the suburbs type thing?
I do, but without running the risk of appearing to be monolithically simple-minded. In other words, what I would argue is that death anxiety is implicated in all of these issues, but it doesn't follow from that it's the only factor. Does that make sense? For example, there's some great research, and it has nothing to do with what I talked about this evening, that shows that a lot of people who are resistant to the idea of global warming. So who's aware of the fact that, if, you know, as a caricature of a stereotype, people that describe themselves as conservative tend to be climate deniers? Do we know that in Boston? Well, but there's a great study by some guys at Duke where they show that conservatives are more willing to admit that global warming is real if you show them evidence that it can be solved solely through market forces. All right, but if you argue that it is an intractable problem, is it Naomi Wolf or Naomi Klein who writes about how one of the problems with the climate is that it's too big an issue, the market can't fix it? Well, it's then that they become most ardently opposed to the proposition that the environment is changing. All right, I say that just to point out that the world is complex, and almost certainly all of the phenomena that I spoke about tonight, that where I claim that death anxiety is a factor, I don't mean to imply that it's the only factor, but I think it's part of it. Good point.
Okay, over here we have another question.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi. Yes or no?
Thanks, Hank. I'll go with no.
Do parents tend to exhibit less fear anxiety than do non-parents?
Oh, good question. I don't know. What I can tell you, just based on our studies, is that when parents are reminded of their mortality, and you ask them how many kids they intend to have, they say they want to have more kids, they say they want to have them sooner, and they say they're more likely to name them after themselves. And that freaks me out, because there's enough Sheldons in the world without another one, so please don't bring up the death thing.
A question over here.
Hi.
Hi.
This is going to sound kind of weird, but have you ever done anything or know of anyone that actually did a study with people who have suffered, well, lack of a better term, a near-death experience, meaning they were literally on death's door and either, near-fatal illness, accident, something along that line?
See, we're doing that right now. This is a great question. Finally, I can say yes. There's a very talented PhD student. His name's Simone Bianco. He's from the University of Padua in Italy, and he's with me at Skidmore College this spring doing his doctoral dissertation research, and we are studying people who have had near-death experiences. And it's already known that people who have had near-death experiences report lower death anxiety. But that's if you ask them if they're afraid of death. The problem is that in our studies, the people who say that they're the least afraid of death, when we remind them of death, they become the most hateful of people who are different. Right? And so, therefore, it's just like a self-esteem scale. So when you ask people to report their self-esteem, people who say they have high self-esteem, they often do, or they're pathological narcissists who actually have low self-esteem. So what Simone and I are doing is we are studying people who have had near-death experiences, and we're measuring unconscious death anxiety in ways that we can talk about. By the way, we'll have some more questions, but I'm Sheldon Solomon. I work at Skidmore College. You know how to use the internet. These are like great questions. No, I encourage everybody who's interested, if you want to see like the published studies of anything that I talked about this evening, please write to me. If you have questions, even to ask me the ones you did tonight and want me to actually think about it for a while and maybe say something besides, I don't know, let's keep in touch. And I mean that sincerely and quite with a good deal of self-interest, because most of our research over the decades is a result of these kinds of what I find exhilarating exchanges where somebody says, what about this? What about that? And that's how we get our ideas. And so near-death experiences, we're looking at that now. I will get back to you. Very good.
Okay, another question right here.
So you give a number of very compelling examples of death reminders, eliciting bad behavior.
Yeah.
Kind of culminating in some current events regarding politics. Is there a psychological immunization? Can the reverse messages, or can you conceive
messages that might blunt that or even trigger the opposite?
Yeah, excellent. And that's, this is going to sound awfully familiar. That's what we're now doing. Coming from the, back in the day, we were really interested, as was Becker, in trying to kind of delineate the psychological underpinnings of the most unsavory characteristics of human behavior. And now I'm kind of sick of that, and I'm more interested in life, and this is what we would now like to do, to be more precise and to respond to your fine point. Now we want to see if we can leverage some of these same psychological phenomena to bring out the best in us, because what I talked about this evening was decidedly and surely one-sided. And this is now what we're trying to figure out, because I would like to think that, like any phenomenon, that there's two sides to every story, as it were. Good point, sir.
We have one more question. What impact do you think studying death and therefore being reminded of your own mortality on a constant basis has had on you and your colleagues?
Look at me. All right, good point. That's actually a nice way to have a last question. I must confess, where's Lisa? I'm also not a big fan of death. So when Lisa said that when you realized it when you were 5, my epiphany is when I was 8 years old and my grandmother died. And the night before, my mom said, "Say goodbye to Grandma. She's not going to be here." I'm like, "What's up?" And she's like, "Oh, Grandma's dying." And then like, "Okay, fine." And I'm sitting around the next day, and I'm like, "Oh, wow, Grandma, yeah, that's a downer. I'm going to miss you." And then I'm like, "Oh, but that means my mom's going to grow old, and who's going to make me chocolate pudding? That's really bad." And I was looking at my stamp collection, and I saw I had all these old stamps, American stamps of the dead presidents, George Washington, Adams, Monroe. I'm like, God, these guys are all gone. And then literally, like a psychological thunderbolt, I'm like, oh, wow. Me, and I had that same shudder, and I must confess that my interest in these matters is deeply personal. And when I first read Ernest Becker, I was like, wow, this is actually what I've been dwelling on for all of my kidhood. Now, in some ways, when Jeff and I talk about our work, we just say, well, our terror management theory has been our own form of death denial. That by intellectualizing the problem and doing all of these studies and writing our scientific papers and books, ironically, that's actually distracted me from the raw emotion that would occur if I sat still long enough to look in the mirror and notice that I look like the guy on Jethro Tull's Aqualung, kind of teetering on the threshold of oblivion. So in some ways, I don't think that it's done much, and yet I would like to think that even though it's taken decades, that I've done my best to try and remind myself every day to think about, even in a fleeting fashion, if what I'm doing, if I'm doing it for the right reasons. Yeah, and right in the sense of for its own intrinsic purpose, as opposed to a manifestation of death anxiety. So did we write this book because we wanted to convey what we've been doing for years to other interested people? Or did we write this book because I want to be on Oprah? Or both? And I don't know, and I think that's a fine question. I don't think it's made us better humans, but maybe, and if Tom and Jeff were here, I think what they would say is, on a good day, it's just made us a little bit more tolerant of even people who are intolerant. It's easier sometimes when we see people doing things to say, wow, that's terrible, but it really may be a secondary manifestation of death anxiety, and while not thereby defensible, at least understandable. All right, thank you again so much. This was lovely. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. It's good to be here. As Eric said, I'm a philosopher thinking about consciousness. Coming from a background in the sciences and math, it always struck me that the most interesting and hardest unsolved problem in the sciences was the problem of consciousness. And way back 25 years ago, when I was in grad school, it seemed to me the best way to come at this from a big picture perspective was to go into philosophy and think about the foundational issues that arise and think about consciousness from any number of different angles, including the angles of neuroscience and psychology and AI. In this talk, I'm going to present a slightly different perspective on the problem after laying out some background, the perspective of what I call the meta problem of consciousness. I always like the idea that you approach a problem by stepping one level up, taking the meta perspective. I love this quote, anything you can do, I can do meta. I have no idea what the origins was. I like the fact this is attributed to Rudolf Carnap, one of my favorite philosophers, but anyone who knows Carnap's work, it's completely implausible he would ever say anything so frivolous. It's also been attributed to my thesis advisor, Doug Hofstadter, author of Gödel Escher Bach, and a big fan of the meta perspective, but he assures me he never said it either. But the meta perspective on anything is stepping up a level. The meta problem, as I think about it, it's called the meta problem because it's a problem about a problem. A meta theory is a theory about a theory. Meta problem is a problem about a problem. In particular, it's the problem of explaining why we think there is a problem about consciousness. So there's a first order problem, the problem of consciousness. Today I'm going to focus on a problem about it, but I'll start by introducing the first order problem itself. The first order problem is what we call the hard problem of consciousness. It's the problem of explaining why and how physical processes should give rise to conscious experience. You've got all these neurons firing in your brain, bringing about all kinds of sophisticated behavior. We can get a bead on explaining our various responses, but there's this big question about how it feels from the first person point of view. That's the subjective experience. I like this illustration of the hard problem of consciousness. It seems to show someone's hair catching fire, but I guess it's a metaphorical illustration of the subjective perspective. So the hard problem is concerned with what philosophers call phenomenal consciousness. The word consciousness is ambiguous 1,000 ways, but phenomenal consciousness is what it's like to be a subject from the first person point of view. So a system is phenomenally conscious if there's something it's like to be it. A mental state is phenomenally conscious if there's something it's like to be in it. So the thought is, there are some systems, so there's something it's like to be that system. There's something it's like to be me. I presume there's something it's like to be you. But presumably there's nothing it's like to be this lectern. As far as we know, the lectern does not have a first-person perspective. This phrase was made famous by my colleague Tom Nagel at NYU, who back in 1974 wrote an article called "What is it like to be a bat?" And the general idea was, well, it's very hard to know what it's like to be a bat from the third person point of view, just looking at it as a human who has different kinds of experience. But presumably, very plausibly, there is something it's like to be a bat. The bat is conscious, it's having subjective experiences, just of a kind very different from ours. In human subjective experience, consciousness divides into any number of different kinds or aspects, like different tracks of the inner movie of consciousness. We have visual experiences, like the experience of, say, these colors, blue and red and green from the first person point of view, and of depth. There are sensory experiences, like the experiences of my voice, experiences of taste and smell. There are experiences of your body. feeling pain or orgasms or hunger or a tickle or something. They all have some distinctive first-person quality. Mental images like recalled visual images, emotional experiences like experience of happiness or anger, and indeed we all seem to have this stream of a current thought, or at the very least we're kind of chattering away to ourselves, reflecting and deciding. All of these are aspects of subjective experience, things we experience from the first person point of view. And I think these subjective experiences are, at least on the face of it, data for the science of consciousness to explain. These are just facts about us, that we're having these subjective experiences. If we ignore them, we're ignoring the data. So if you catalog the data that, say, the science of consciousness needs to explain, there are certainly facts about our behavior and how we respond in situations. There are facts about how our brain is working. There are also facts about how subjective experiences, and on the face of it, they're data. And it's these data that pose what I call the hard problem of consciousness. But this gets contrasted with the easy problems, the so-called easy problems of consciousness, which are the problems of explaining behavioral and cognitive functions. Objective things you can measure from the third-person point of view, typically tied to behavior, perceptual discrimination, say, of a stimulus. I can discriminate two different things in my environment. I can say that's red and that's green. I can integrate the information, say, about the color and the shape. I can use it to control my behavior, walk towards the red one rather than the green one. I can report it, say that's red, and so on. Those are all data too for science to explain, but we've got a bead on how to explain those. They don't seem to pose as big a problem. Why? We explain those easy problems by finding a mechanism, typically a neural or computational mechanism that performs the relevant function to explain, how it is that I get to say there's a red thing over there or walk towards it. Well, you find the mechanisms involving perceptual processes and action processes in my brain that leads to that behavior. Find the right mechanism that performs the function. You've explained what needs to be explained with the easy problems of consciousness. But for the hard problem, for subjective experience, it's just not clear that this standard method works. That it looks like explaining all that behavior still leaves open a further question. Why does all that give you subjective experience? Explain the reacting, the responding, the controlling, the reporting, and so on. It still leaves open the question, why is all that accompanied by subjective experience? Why doesn't it go on in the dark, without consciousness, so to speak? There seems to be what the philosopher Joe Levine has called a gap here, an explanatory gap between physical processes and subjective experience. At least our standard kinds of explanation, which work really well for the easy problems of behavior and so on, don't obviously give you a connection to the subjective aspects of experience. And there's been a vast amount of discussion of these things over, for centuries really, but it's been particularly active in recent decades. Philosophers, scientists, all kinds of different views. Philosophically, you can divide approaches to the hard problem into at least two classes. One is an approach on which consciousness is taken to be somehow irreducible and primitive. We can't explain it in more basic physical terms, so take it as a kind of primitive, and that might lead to dualist theories of consciousness, where consciousness is somehow separate from and interacts with the brain. Recently, very popular has been the class of panpsychist theories of consciousness. I know Galen Strawson was here a while back talking, he very much favors panpsychist theories, where consciousness is something basic in the universe underlying matter, and indeed there are idealist theories where consciousness underlies the whole universe. So these are all extremely speculative, but interesting views that I've explored myself. There are also reductionist theories of consciousness, from functionalist approaches, where consciousness is just basically taken to be a giant algorithm or computation. Biological approaches to consciousness. My colleague Ned Block was here, I know, talking about neurobiology-based approaches, where it's not the algorithm that matters, but the biology that's implemented in, and indeed the kind of quantum approaches that people like Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff have made famous. I mean, I think there's interesting things to say about all of these approaches. I think that right now, at least, most of the reductionist approaches leave a gap, but the non-reductionist approaches have other problems in seeing how it all works. Today, I'm going to take a different kind of approach, this approach through the meta problem. One way to motivate this is to, I often get asked, well, okay, you're a philosopher, it's fine, you get to think about these things like the hard problem of consciousness. How can I, as a scientist or an engineer or an AI researcher, how can I do something to kind of to contribute to help get at this hard problem of consciousness? Is this just a problem for philosophy? I mean, for me to work on it, say, as an AI researcher, I need something I can operationalize, something I can work with and try to program. And as it stands, it's just not clear how to do that with the hard problem. I mean, if you're a neuroscientist, there are some things you can do. You can, say, work with humans and look at their brains and look for the neural correlates of consciousness, the bits of the brain that go along with being conscious, because at least with humans, we can take as a background assumption, a plausible background assumption, that the system is conscious. For AI, we can't even do that. We don't know which AI systems we're working with are conscious. We need some operational criteria. In AI, we mostly work on modeling things like, behavior and objective functioning. For consciousness, those are the easy problems. So how does someone coming from this perspective make a connection to the hard problem of consciousness? Well, one approach is to work on certain problems among the easy problems of behavior that shed particular light on the hard problem, and that's going to be the approach that I look at today. So the key idea here is there are certain behavioral functions that seem to have a particularly close relation to the hard problem of consciousness. In particular, we say things about consciousness. We make what philosophers call phenomenal reports, verbal reports of conscious experiences. So I'll say things like, I'm conscious, I'm feeling pain right now, and so on. I mean, maybe the consciousness and the pain are subjective experiences, but the reports, the utterances, I am conscious, well, that's a bit of behavior. In principle, explaining those is among the easy problems. It's objectively measurable response. We can find a mechanism in the brain that produces it. And among our phenomenal reports, there's this special class we can call the problem reports. Reports expressing our sense that consciousness poses a problem. Now, admittedly, not everyone makes these reports, but they seem to be fairly widespread especially among philosophers and scientists thinking about these things. But furthermore, it's a sense that it's fairly easy to find, and a very wide class of people who think about consciousness. People say things like there is a problem of consciousness, a hard problem. On the face of it, explaining behavior doesn't explain consciousness. Consciousness seems non-physical. How would you ever explain the subjective experience of red? And so on. It's an objective fact about us, at least about some of us, that we make those reports, and that's a fact about human behavior. So the meta problem of consciousness, then, at a second approximation, is roughly the problem of explaining these problem reports. Explaining, you might say, the conviction that we're conscious and that consciousness is puzzling. And what's nice about this is that although the hard problem is this, airy-fairy problem about subjective experience that's hard to pin down, this is a puzzle ultimately about behavior. So this is an easy problem, one that ought to be open to those standard methods of explanation in the cognitive and brain sciences. So there's a research program. There's a research program here. So I like to think of the meta problem as something that can play that role I talked about earlier. If you say an AI researcher thinking about this, the meta problem is an easy problem, a problem about behavior that's closely tied to the hard problem. So it's something we might be able to make some progress on using standard methods of thinking about algorithms and computations, or thinking about brain processes and behavior, while still shedding some light, at least indirectly, on the hard problem. It's more tractable than the hard problem, but solving it ought to shed light on the hard problem. And today I'm just going to kind of lay out the research program and talk about some ways in which it might potentially shed some light. This is interesting to a philosopher because it looks like an instance of what people sometimes call genealogical analysis. It goes back to Friedrich Nietzsche on the genealogy of morals. Instead of thinking about what's good or bad, let's look at where our sense of good or bad came from. The genealogy of it all in evolution or in culture or in religion. And, people take a genealogical approach to God. Instead of thinking about does God exist or not, let's look at where our belief in God came from. Maybe there's some evolutionary reason for why people believe in God. This often leads, not always, but often leads to a kind of debunking of our beliefs about those domains. Explain why we believe in God in evolutionary terms. No need for the God hypothesis anymore. Explain our moral beliefs in, say, evolutionary terms. Maybe no need to take morality quite so seriously. So some people, at least, are inclined to take an approach like this with consciousness too. If you think about the meta problem, explaining our beliefs about consciousness, that might ultimately debunk our beliefs about consciousness. This leads to a philosophical view which has recently attracted a lot of interest, a philosophical view called illusionism, which is the view that consciousness itself is an illusion, or maybe that the problem of consciousness is an illusion. Explain the illusion and we dissolve the problem. I take that, in terms of the meta problem, that view roughly comes to solve the meta problem, it will dissolve the hard problem. Explain why it is that we say all these things about consciousness, why we say, I am conscious, why we say consciousness is puzzling. If you can explain all that in, say, algorithmic terms, then you'll remove the underlying problem because you'll have explained why we're puzzled in the first place. Actually, walking over here today, I noticed that just a couple of blocks away we have the Museum of Illusions. So I'm going to check that out later on. But if illusionism is right, added to all those perceptual illusions is going to be the problem of consciousness itself. It's roughly an illusion thrown up by having a weird kind of self-model with a certain kind of algorithm that attributes to ourselves special properties that we don't have. So one line on the meta problem is the illusionist line. Solve the meta problem, you'll get to treat consciousness as an illusion. And that's actually a view that has many antecedents in the history of philosophy one way or another. Even Immanuel Kant, in his great Critique of Pure Reason, had a section where he talked about the self or the soul as a transcendental illusion. We seem to have this indivisible soul, but that's the kind of illusion thrown up by our cognitive processes. The Australian philosophers Alan Place and David Armstrong had versions of this that I might touch on a bit later. Daniel Dennett, leading reductionist thinker about consciousness, has been pushing for the last couple of decades the idea that consciousness involves a certain kind of user illusion. And most recently, the British philosopher Keith Frankish has been really pushing illusionism as a theory of consciousness. Here's a book centering around a paper by Keith Frankish on illusionism as a theory of consciousness that I recommend to you. So one way to go with the meta problem is the direction of illusionism. But one nice thing about many people find illusionism completely unbelievable. They find, how could it be that consciousness is an illusion? Look, we just have these subjective experiences, it's a datum about our nature. And I confess I've got some sympathy with that reaction. So I'm not an illusionist myself. I'm a realist about consciousness in the philosopher's sense, where a realist about something is someone who believes that thing is real. I think consciousness is real. I think it's not an illusion. I think that solving the meta problem does not dissolve the hard problem. But the nice thing about the meta problem is you can proceed on it to some extent at least in initial neutrality on that question. Is consciousness real or is it an illusion? It's a basic problem about our objective functioning in these reports. What explains those? So there's a neutral research program here that both realists, illusionists, people of all kinds of different views of consciousness can explain, and then we can come back and look at the philosophical consequences. So I'm not an illusionist. I think consciousness is real. I've got to say, I do feel the temptation of illusionism. I find it a really intriguing and in some ways attractive view, just fundamentally unbelievable. Nevertheless, I think that the meta problem should be a tractable problem. Solving it will at the very least, will shed much light on the hard problem of consciousness, even if it doesn't solve it. If you can explain our conviction that we're conscious, somehow the source, the roots of our conviction that we're conscious must have something to do with consciousness, especially if consciousness is real. So I think it's very much a good research program for people to explain. So then I'll move on now to just outlining the research program a little bit more, and then talk a bit about potential solutions and on impact on theories of consciousness before wrapping up with just a little bit more about illusionism. So this meta problem, which I've been pushing recently, opens up a tractable empirical research program for everyone: reductionists, non-reductionists, illusionists, non-illusionists. You can try to solve it and then think about the philosophical consequences. Now, what is the meta problem? Well, the way I'm going to put it is it's the problem of topic neutrally explaining problem intuition, or else explaining why that can't be done. And I'll unpack that now, unpack all the pieces of that right now. First, starting with problem intuitions. What are problem intuitions? Well, those are, there are the things we say, there are things we think. I say, hi, consciousness seems irreducible. I might think consciousness is irreducible. People might be disposed, have a tendency to say or think those things. Problem intuitions I'll take to be roughly that tendency. We have dispositions to say and think certain things about consciousness. What are the core problem intuitions? Well, I think they break down into a number of different kinds. There's the intuition that consciousness is non-physical. We might think of that as a metaphysical intuition about the nature of consciousness. There are intuitions about explanation. Consciousness is hard to explain. Explaining behavior doesn't explain consciousness. There are intuitions about knowledge of consciousness. Some of you may know the famous thought experiment of Mary in the black and white room, who knows all about the objective nature of color vision and so on, but still doesn't know what it's like to see red. She sees red for the first time. She learns something new. That's an intuition about knowledge of consciousness. There are what philosophers call modal intuitions about what's possible or imaginable. One famous case is the case of a zombie, a creature who's physically identical to you and me, but not conscious. Or maybe an AI system which is functionally identical to you and me, but not conscious. That at least seems conceivable to many people. So this is the philosophical zombie, unlike the zombies in movies, which, have weird behaviors and go after brains and so on. The philosophical zombie is a creature that seems, at least behaviorally, maybe physically, like a normal human, but doesn't have any conscious experiences. All the physical states, none of the mental states. And it seems to many people that's at least conceivable. We're not zombies. I don't think anyone here is a zombie, I hope. But nonetheless, it seems that we can make sense of the idea, and one way to pose the hard problem is, why are we not zombies? So this imaginability of zombies is one of the intuitions that gets the problem going. And then you can go on and catalog more and more intuitions about the distribution of conscious, maybe the intuition that robots won't be conscious. That's an optional one, I think. Or consciousness matters morally in certain ways, and the list goes on. So I think there's an interdisciplinary research program here of working on those intuitions about consciousness and trying to explain them. Experimental psychology and experimental philosophy, a newly active area, can study people's intuitions about consciousness. We can work on models of these things, computational models or neurobiological models of these intuitions and reports. And indeed, I think there's a lot of room for philosophical analysis. And there's just starting to be a program of people doing these things in all these fields. I mean, it is an empirical question how widely these intuitions are shared. You might be sitting there thinking, come on, I don't have any of these intuitions. Maybe this is just you. I mean, my sense is from the psychological study to date, it seems that some of these intuitions about consciousness are at least very widely shared, at least as dispositions or intuitions, although they're often overridden on reflection. But the current data on this is somewhat limited. There is a lot of empirical work on intuitions about the mind, concerning things like belief, like when do kids get the idea that your beliefs about the world can be false, concerning the way your self persists through time, could you exist after the death of your body? Where consciousness is concerned, there's work on the distribution of consciousness. Could a robot be conscious? Could a group be conscious? Here's a book by Paul Bloom, Descartes' Baby, that catalogs a lot of this interesting work, making the case that many children are intuitive dualists. They're naturally inclined to think there's something non-physical about the mind. So far, most of this work has not been so much on these core problem intuitions about consciousness, but there's work developing in this direction. Sarah Gottlieb and Tanya Lombroso have a very recent article called Can Science Explain the Human Mind on people's judgments about when various mental phenomena are hard to explain, and they seem to find that, yes, subjective experience and things to which people have privileged first-person access seem to pose the problem big time. So there's the beginning of a research program here. I think there's room for a lot more. The topic neutrality part, when I say we're looking for a topic neutral explanation of problem intuitions, that's roughly to say an explanation that doesn't mention consciousness itself. It's put in neutral terms. It's neutral on the existence of consciousness. The most obvious one would be something like an algorithmic explanation. Like I say, here is the algorithm the brain is executing that generates our conviction that we're conscious and our reports about consciousness. There may be some time between that algorithm and consciousness, but to specify the algorithm, you don't need to make claims about consciousness. So the algorithmic version of the meta problem is roughly find the algorithm that generates our problem intuition. So that's, I think, in principle, research program that, maybe AI researchers in combination with, say, psychologists, the psychologists could help isolate data about the way that the human beings are doing it, how these things are generated in humans, and an AI researcher can try and see about implementing that algorithm in machines and see what results. And I'll talk about a little bit of research in this direction in just a moment. But okay, now I want to say something about potential solutions to the problem. Like I say, this is a big research program. I don't claim to have the solution to the meta problem. I've got some ideas, but I'm not going to try and lay out a major solution. I'll just so here are a few things which I think might be parts of a solution to the problem, many of which have got antecedents here and there in scientific and philosophical discussion. Some promising ideas include introspective models, phenomenal concepts, introspective opacity, the sense of acquaintance. Let me just say something about a few of these. And one starting idea that almost anyone's going to have here is somehow models of ourselves are playing a central role here. Human beings have models of the world, naive physics and naive psychology, models of other people, and so on. We also have models of ourselves. It makes sense for us to have models of ourselves and our own mental processes. This is something that the psychologist Michael Graziano has written a lot on. We have internal models of our own cognitive processes, including those tied to consciousness. And somehow something about our introspective models explains our sense, A, that we are conscious, and B, that this is distinctively problematic. And I think, anyone thinking about the meta problem, this has got to be at least the first step. We have these introspective models. If you're an illusionist, they'll be false models. If you're a realist, they needn't be false models. But at the very least, these introspective models are involved, which is fine, okay, but the devil's in the details. How do they work to generate this problem? A number of philosophers have argued we have special concepts of consciousness, introspective concepts of these special subjective states. People call these phenomenal concepts, concepts of phenomenal consciousness. And one thing that's special is these concepts are somehow independent of our physical concepts. They explain, and we've got one set of physical concepts for modeling the external world. We've got one set of introspective concepts for modeling our own mind, and these concepts, just by virtue of the way they're designed, are somewhat independent of each other, and that partly explains why consciousness seems to be independent of the physical world, intuitively. And so maybe that independence of phenomenal concepts could go some distance to explaining our problem report. I think there's got to be something to this as well. At the same time, I don't think this goes nearly far enough, because we have concepts of many aspects of the mind, not just of the subjective experiential part, but things we believe and things we desire. And so on, I believe that Paris is the capital of France. That's part of my internal self-model, but that doesn't seem to generate the hard problem in nearly the same way in which, say, the experience of red does. So a lot more needs to be said about what's going on in cases like having the experience of red and having the sense that that generates a gap, so it doesn't generalize to everything about the mind. Some people have thought that what we might call introspective opacity plays a role, that when we introspect what's going on in our minds, we don't have access to the underlying physical states. We don't see the neurons, in our brains, we don't see that consciousness is physical. So we see it as non-physical. Most recently, the physicist Max Tegmark has argued in this direction, saying somehow consciousness is substrate independent. We don't see the substrate. So then we think, maybe it can float free of the substrate. Armstrong made an analogy with the case of someone in a circus where the headless person illusion where you don't see someone's there with a veil across their head. You don't see their head, so you see them as having no head. Here is a 19th century booth at a circus, the so-called headless woman. There's a veil over her head. You don't see the head, so somehow it looks, at least for a moment, like the person doesn't have a head. So Armstrong says maybe that's how it is with consciousness. You don't see that it's physical, so you see it as non-physical. But still the question comes up, how do we make this inference? I mean, there's something that special goes on in cases like, say, color and taste and so on. Color experience seems to attribute primitive properties to objects like redness, greenness, and so on. When in fact, in the external world at the very least, they have complex, reducible properties. Somehow our models of color treat colors like red and green as if they're primitive things. It turns out to be useful to have these models of things where you treat certain things as primitive even though they're reducible. And it sure seems that when we experience colors, we experience greenness as a primitive quality, even though it may be a very, very complex, reducible property. That's something about our model of colors. The philosopher Wolfgang Schwartz has tried to make an analogy with sensor variables in, say, image processing. You've got some visual sensors, camera, or something, and you need to process the image. Well, you've got some variables, some sensor variables to represent, the sensory inputs that the various sensors are getting, and you might treat them as a primitive dimension because that's the most useful way to treat them. You don't treat them as certain amounts of light or photons firing. You don't need to know about that. You use these sensor variables and treat them as a primitive dimension, and all that will play into a model of these things as primitive. Maybe taking that idea and extending it to introspection. Somehow these conscious states are somehow like sensor variables in our model of the mind. And somehow these internal models give us the sense of being acquainted with primitive concrete qualities and of our awareness of them. This is still just laying out, I don't think this is still yet actually explaining a whole lot, but it's laying out, it's narrowing down what it is that we need to explain to solve the meta problem. But just to put the pieces together, here's a little summary. One thing I like about this summary is you can read it in either an illusionist tone of voice as an account of the illusion of consciousness. So this is how our false introspective models work, or in a realist tone of voice as an account of our true, correct models of consciousness. But we can set it out in a way which is neutral on the two and then try and figure out later whether these models are correct, as the realist says, or incorrect, as the illusionist says. We have introspective models deploying introspective concepts of our internal states that are largely independent of our physical concepts. These concepts are introspectively opaque, not revealing any of the underlying mechanisms. Our perceptual models perceptually attribute primitive perceptual qualities to the world, and our introspective models attribute primitive mental relations to those qualities. These models produce the sense of acquaintance both with those qualities and with our awareness of those qualities. Like I said, this is not a solution to the meta problem, but it's trying at least to pin down some parts of the roots of those intuitions and to narrow down what needs to be explained. To go further, you want, I think, to test these explanations, both with psychological studies to see if this is plausibly what's going on in humans, this is the kind of thing which is the basis of our intuitions, and computational models to see if, for example, you could program this kind of thing into an AI system and see if it can generate somehow qualitatively similar reports and intuitions. You might think that last thing is a bit far-fetched right now, but I know of at least one instance of this research program which has been put into play by Luke Milhauser and Bach Schlageris, two researchers at Open Philanthropy, very interested in AI and consciousness. They actually they took some ideas about the meta problem from something I'd written about it and from something that the philosopher Francois Camera had written about it. A couple of basic ideas about where problem intuitions might come from, and they tried to build them in to a computational model. They built a little software agent which had certain axioms about colors and how they work. You know, there's red and there's green, and certain axioms about their own subjective experiences of colors, and then they combined it with a little theorem prover, and they saw what did this little software agent come up with, and it came up with claims like, hey, well, my experiences of color are distinct from any physical state, and so on. I mean, okay, they cut a few corners. This is not yet a truly convincing, sophisticated model of everything going on in the human mind, but it shows that there's a research program here of trying to find the algorithmic basis of these states. And I think as more sophisticated models develop, we might be able to use these to kind of provide a way in for AI researchers in thinking about this topic. Of course, there is the question, you model all this stuff better and better in a machine, then is the machine actually going to be conscious? Or is it just going to found self-models that replicate what's going on in humans? So, you know, some people have proposed an artificial consciousness test. Aaron Sloman, Susan Schneider, Ed Turner have suggested somehow that if a machine seems to be puzzled about consciousness in roughly the ways that we are, maybe that's actually a sign that it's conscious. So, you know, if a machine actually looks to us as if it's puzzled by consciousness, is that a sign of consciousness? This is suggested as a kind of Turing test for machine consciousness. Find machines which are conscious like we are. Of course, the opposing point of view is going to be, no, the machine's not actually conscious. It's just like this machine that studied up for the Turing test by reading the Talk Like a Human book. It's like, damn, do I really need to convince those humans that I'm conscious by replicating all those ill-conceived confusions about consciousness? Well, I guess I can do it if I need to. Anyway, I'm not going to settle this question here, but I do think that if we somehow find, you know, machines being puzzled, it won't surprise me that once we actually have serious AI systems which engage in natural language and modeling of themselves and the world, they might well find themselves saying things like, well, yeah, I know in principle I'm just a set of silicon circuits, but I feel like so much more. I think that might tell us something about consciousness. Let me just say a little bit about theories of consciousness. I do think a solution to the meta problem and a solution to the hard problem ought to be closely connected. The illusionist says, solve the meta problem, you'll dissolve the hard problem. But even if you're not an illusionist about consciousness, there ought to be some link. So here's a thesis. Whatever explains consciousness should also partly explain our judgments and our reports about consciousness. The rationale here is it would just be very strange if these things were independent. The basis of consciousness played no role in our judgments about consciousness. So I think you can use this as a way of evaluating or testing theories of consciousness. For theory of consciousness, as mechanism M is the basis of consciousness, then M should also partly explain our judgments about consciousness. Whatever the basis is ought to explain the reports. And you can use this, you can bring this to bear on various extant theories of consciousness. Here's one famous current theory of consciousness, integrated information theory, developed by Giulio Tononi and colleagues at the University of Wisconsin. Tononi says the basis of consciousness is integrated information, a certain kind of integration of information for which Tononi has a measure that he calls phi. Basically, when your phi is high enough, you get consciousness. The consciousness is high phi. And, you know, there's a mathematical definition, but I won't go into it here. But it's a really interesting theory. So here's basically it analyzes the network property of systems of units, and it's got an informational measure called phi that's supposed to go with consciousness. Question: how does, if integrated information is the basis of consciousness, it ought to explain problem reports, at least in principle. Challenge: how does that work? And it's at least far from obvious to me how integrated information will explain the problem reports. It seems pretty dissociated from them. I mean, on Tononi's view, you can have simulations of systems with high phi that have zero phi. They'll go about making exactly the same reports, but without consciousness at all. So phi is at least somewhat dissociable. You get systems with very high phi, no tendency to report. Maybe that's less worrying. Anyway, here's a challenge for this theory, for other theories. Explain not just how high phi gives you consciousness, but how it plays a central role in the algorithms that generate problem reports. Something similar goes for many other theories, biological theories, quantum theories, global workspace, and so on. But let me just wrap up by saying something about the issue of illusionism that I was talking about near the start. Again, you might be inclined to think that this approach through the meta problem tends, at least very naturally, to lead to illusionism. And I think it can be, it certainly provides, I think, some motivation for illusionism. The view that consciousness doesn't exist, we just think it does. On this view, again, a solution to the meta problem dissolves the hard problem. So here's one way of putting the case for illusionism. If there's a solution to the meta problem, then there's an explanation of our beliefs about consciousness that's independent of consciousness. There's an algorithm that explains our beliefs about consciousness, doesn't mention consciousness, arguably could be in place without consciousness. Arguably, that kind of explanation could debunk our beliefs about consciousness the same way that perhaps explaining beliefs about God in evolutionary terms might debunk belief in God. It certainly doesn't prove that God doesn't exist. You might think that if you can explain our beliefs in terms of evolution, it somehow removes the justification or the rational basis for those beliefs. So something like that, I think, can be applied to consciousness too, and there's a lot to be said about analyzing the extent to which this might debunk the beliefs. On the other hand, the case against illusionism is very, very strong for many people, and the underlying worry is that somehow illusionism is completely unbelievable. It's just a manifest fact about ourselves that we have conscious experience, we experience red, we feel pain, and so on. To deny those things is to deny the data. Well, the dialectic here is complicated. The illusionist will come back and say, yes, but I can explain why illusionism is unbelievable. These models we have, these self-models of consciousness, are so strong that they were just wired into us by evolution, and they're not models we can get rid of. So my view predicts that my view is unbelievable. And the question is, well, the dialectical situation is complex and interesting, but maybe I could just wrap up with two expressions of absurdity on either side of this question, the illusionist and the anti-illusionist, both finding absurdity in the other person's views. Here's Galen Strawson, who was here. Galen's view is very much that illusionism is totally absurd. In fact, he thinks it's the most absurd view that anyone has ever held. There occurred in the 20th century the most remarkable episode in the whole history of ideas, the whole history of human thought. A number of thinkers denied the existence of something we know with certainty to exist, consciousness. He thinks this is just a sign of incredible philosophical pathology. Here's the rationalist philosopher Eliezer Yudkowsky in something he wrote a few years ago on zombies and consciousness, and the epiphenomenalist view that consciousness plays no causal role, where he was engaging some stuff I wrote a couple of decades ago. He said, this zombie argument, the idea we can imagine zombies physically like us but without consciousness, may be a candidate for the most deranged idea in all of philosophy. The causally closed cognitive system of Chalmers' internal narrative is malfunctioning in a way that, not by necessity, but just in our own universe, miraculously happens to be correct. And here he's expressing this debunking idea that, on this view, like there's an algorithm that generates these intuitions about consciousness, and that's all physical. And there's also this further layer of non-physical stuff, and just by massive coincidence, the physical algorithm is a correct model of the non-physical stuff. I mean, that's a form of debunking here. It would take a miracle for this view to be correct. So I think both of these views these objections are onto something. And to make progress on this, on either side, we need to find a way of getting past these absurdities. I mean, you might say, well, there's middle ground between very strong illusionism and very strong epiphenomenalism. It tends to slide back to the same problems. Other forms of illusionism, weaker forms, don't help much with the hard problem. Other forms of realism are still subject to this take the miracle for this view to be correct critique. So I think to get beyond absurdity here, both sides need to do something more. The illusionists need to do more to explain how having a mind could be like this, somehow just like this, even though it's not at all the way that it seems. They need to find some way to recapture the data. Realists need to explain how it is that these meta-problem processes are not completely independent of consciousness. Realists need to explain how meta-problem processes, the ones that generate these intuitions and reports and convictions about consciousness, are essentially grounded in consciousness, even if it's possible somehow for them to, or conceivable for them to occur without consciousness. Anyway, so that's just to lay out a research program. I think a solution to the meta problem that meets these ambitions might just possibly solve the hard problem of consciousness, or at the very least shed significant light on it. In the meantime, the meta problem is a potentially tractable research project for everyone, and one I recommend to all of you. Thanks.
Yes, I just want to say I think it's very interesting, this concept of we have these mental models, a collection of mental models, and that this collection of mental models is consciousness, basically. Consciousness is defined as a collection of these mental models that we have. And the problem with consciousness is that we don't understand the physical phenomena that causes these mental models, or that stimulates these mental models. So we just have this belief that it's, you know, ephemeral or not real or something like that. And if you take that view, then what's interesting is that you could simulate these mental models, like robot could simulate these mental models, and you could simulate consciousness as well. And even if the underlying physical phenomena that fuels these mental models is different, you know, robots have different sensors, etc., you could still get the same consciousness effect in both cases.
Yeah, I think that's right. Or at the very least, you ought to be able to get, it looks like you ought to be able to get the same models, at least, in a robot. If the models themselves are something algorithmic, then you ought to be able to design a robot that has, at the very least, let's say, isomorphic models in some sense that is conscious. Of course, it's a further question, at least by my lights, whether then the robot will be conscious. And that was the question I alluded to in talking about the artificial consciousness test. But you might think that would at least be very good evidence that the robot is conscious. If it's got a model of consciousness just like ours, it seems very plausible there ought to be a very strong link between having a model like that and being conscious. I mean, I think probably something like Ned Block, who was here arguing against machine consciousness, would say, no, the model is not enough. The model has to be built of the right stuff. Say it's got to be built of biology and so on. But at least by my lights, I think if I founded an AI system that had a very serious version of our model of consciousness, I'd take that as very good reason to believe it's conscious.
In the IIT theory, is there a estimate or plausible estimate for what the value of phi is for people and for other systems?
Basically, no. It's extremely hard to measure in systems of any size at all. I mean, because the way it's defined, it involves taking a sum over every possible partition of a system. It turns out, I mean, A, it's hard to measure in the brain because you've got to involve the causal dependencies, say, between different units on neurons. But even for a pure algorithmic system, you've got like a neural network laid out in front of you. It's computationally intractable to measure the phi of one of those once they get to bigger than 15 units or so. So yeah, Tononi likes to say this is an empirical theory and in principle empirically testable. But notice the in principle. It's extremely difficult to measure phi. Some people, Scott Aronson, the computer scientist, has tried to put forward counterexamples to the theory, which are basically very, very simple systems like matrix multipliers that multiply two large matrices turn out to have enormous phi. Phi is as big as you like if the matrices are big enough, and therefore by Tononi's theory will not just be conscious, but as conscious as a human being. And Aronson put this forward as a reductio ad absurdum of the IIT theory. I think Tononi basically bit the bullet and said, yeah, those matrix multipliers are actually having some high degree of consciousness. Well, So I think IIT is probably missing, at least missing a few pieces if it's going to be developed, but it's a research program too.
You mentioned belief as an example of something where, there's another mental quality, but people don't seem to have the same sense that it is very hard to explain. In fact, it almost seems too easy, where people, a belief about something sort of feels like just how things are. You have to kind of reflect on a belief to notice it as a belief. Do you think there's also, or has there been research kind of related to this question into why is that different? It seems like another angle of attack on this problem. It's just why doesn't this generate the same hard problem?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's been sort of research from the perspective of the meta problem or of theory of mind. Certainly people have thought in their own right, what is the difference between belief and experience that makes them so different? This goes way back to David Hume, philosopher, a few centuries ago, who said, basically perception is vivid. Impressions and ideas. And impressions, like experiencing colors, are vivid. They have force and vivacity, and ideas are merely a faint copy or something. But that's just the first order, and then there are contemporary versions of this kind of thing, far more sophisticated ways of saying a similar thing. But yeah, you could, in principle, explore that through the meta problem. Why does it seem to us that perception is so much more vivid? What about our models of the mind makes perception seem so much more vivid than belief? It makes belief seem kind of structural and empty, whereas perception is so full of light. But no, I don't know of work on that from the meta problem perspective. Like I said, there's not that much work on these introspective models directly. There is work on theory of mind about beliefs. It tends to be about models of other people. It may be there's something I could dig through in the literature on belief that says something about that. It's a good place to push.
I wanted to bring up Kurt Gödel. You mentioned your advisor wrote Gödel, Escher, Bach. There's something that seems very like Gödelian or whatever about this whole discussion, in that, so Gödel showed that given a set of axioms in mathematics, it would either be consistent or complete, but not both. And it seems like when Daniel Dennett seems to have a set of axioms where he cannot construct consciousness from them. He seems to be very much in this sort of consistent camp. He wants to have a consistent framework, but is okay with the incompleteness. And I wonder if a similar approach could be taken with consciousness, where we could in fact prove that consciousness is independent of Daniel Dennett's set of axioms, the same way they proved, after Gödel, they proved the continuum hypothesis was independent of ZF set theory, and then they added the axiom of choice, made it ZFC set theory. So I wonder if we could show that in Daniel Dennett's world, we are essentially zombies, or we are kind of either zombies or not, it doesn't matter, either statement could be true, and then find what is the minimum axiom that has to be added to Dennett's axioms in order to make consciousness true.
Interesting. I thought for a moment this was going to go in a different direction. You're going to say Dennett is consistent but incomplete.
Yes.
He doesn't have consciousness in his picture. I'm complete, I've got consciousness.
Yes.
But inconsistent. That's why I say all these crazy things.
Right, yes.
And you're faced with the choice of not having consciousness and being incomplete, or having consciousness and somehow getting this hard problem and being forced into at least puzzles and paradoxes. But no, the way you put it was friendlier to me. Certainly Doc Hofstadter himself has written a lot on analogies between the Gödelian paradoxes and the mind-body problem. And he thinks always our self-models are always doomed to be incomplete in the Gödelian way. And he thinks that might be somehow part of the explanation of our puzzlement, at least, about consciousness. Someone like Roger Penrose, of course, takes this much more seriously. Literally, he thinks that the computational aspects of computational systems are always going to be limited in the Gödel way. He thinks human beings are not so limited. He thinks we've got mathematical capacities to prove theorems, to see the truth of certain mathematical claims that no formal system could ever have. So he thinks that we somehow go beyond that, the incomplete Gödelian. I don't know if he actually thinks we're complete, but at least we're not incomplete in the way that finite computational systems are incomplete. And furthermore, he thinks that extra thing that humans have is tied to consciousness. I mean, I never quite saw how that last step goes, even if we did have these special non-algorithmic capacities to see the truth of mathematical theorems, how would that be tied to consciousness? But at the very least, there are structural analogies to be drawn between those two cases about incompleteness of certain theories. How literally we should take the analogies, I'd have to think about.
There have been some consideration that the problem of understanding consciousness sort of inherently must be difficult because we address the problem using consciousness. I'm reminded of the halting problem in computer science, where we say that in the general case, a program cannot be written to tell whether another program will halt, because what if you ran it on itself? It can't sort of be broad enough to include its own execution. So I wonder if there's a similar corollary in consciousness, where we use consciousness to think about consciousness, and so therefore, you know, we may not have enough sort of equipment there to be able to unpack it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. Like people say, it's like you use a ruler to measure a ruler. Well, I can use this ruler to measure many other things, but it can't measure itself. It's like, well, on the other hand, you can measure one ruler using another ruler. Maybe you can measure one consciousness using another. In the brain, you say, oh, the brain can't study the brain, but the brain actually does a pretty good job of studying the brain. So there are some self-referential paradoxes there, and I think that again is at the heart of Hofstadter's approach. But I think we'd have to look for very, very specific conditions under which systems can't study themselves. I did always like the idea that if the mind was simple enough that we could understand it, we would be too simple to understand the mind. So maybe something like that could be true of consciousness. On the other hand, I actually think that if you start thinking that consciousness can go along with very simple systems, I think at the very least we ought to be able to study consciousness in other systems simpler than ourselves. And boy, if I could solve the hard problems, even in dogs, I'd be satisfied.
Hey, so I have a question about how the meta problem research program might proceed, sort of related to the last question. So certainly things we believe about our own consciousness, even if we all say them, probably some of them are false. Our brain has a tendency to hide what reality is like. If you look at like visual perception, you know, there's what's called lightness constancy. You know, our brain subtracts out the lighting in the environment, so we actually see more reliably what the colors of objects are. Like these viral examples of like the black and gold dress is an example of this, and when you're kind of presented with an explanation of it, it's like, huh? My brain does that? It's not something we have access to?
Yeah.
Or like the
Laurel Yanni,
yeah, illusion is like another one where like when you hear the explanation, you know, the scientists understand it. Our own introspection doesn't include that. So how do you kind of proceed with trying to get at what consciousness really is versus what our sort of whatever simplified or distorted view might be?
Yeah, I think one view here would be that we never have access to the mechanisms that generate consciousness, but we still have access to the conscious states themselves. Actually, Carl Lashley said this decades ago. He said, no process of the brain is ever conscious. The processes that get you to the states are never conscious. The states they get you to are conscious. So take your experience of the dress. For me, it was white and gold. So, you know, and I knew that, you know, each of us was certain that I was certain that I was experiencing white and gold. Maybe you were certain that you were experiencing blue and black.
I wish it was. All I remember is I was right.
You were sure that, those idiots can't be looking at this right. But anyway, each of us, I think the natural way to describe this at least is that each of us was certain what kind of conscious experience we were having, but what we had no idea about was the mechanisms by which we got there. So the mechanisms are completely opaque. But the states themselves were at least prima facie transparent. So I think that would be the standard view, and even a realist about consciousness could go with that. They say, well, we know what conscious states, we know what those conscious states are, we don't know the processes by which they're generated. The illusionist, I think, wants to go much further and say, well, it seems to you that you know what conscious state you're having. It seems to you that you're experiencing yellow and gold, yellow and white, whatever it was, gold and white.
Black and gold is what I remember.
Black and blue, I think, and blue, gold and white. Yeah. It seems to you that you're experiencing gold and white, but in fact, that too is just something thrown up by another model. the yellow gold was a perceptual model, and then there was an introspective model that said you're experiencing gold and white, when maybe in fact you're just a zombie, or who knows what's actually going on in your conscious state. So the illusionist view, I think, has to somehow take this further and say not just the processes that generate the conscious states, but maybe the conscious states themselves are somehow opaque to us.
It feels like some discussion of generality of a problem is missing from this discussion. You know, the matrix multiplier example of having high phi is still, it's not a general thing. Is there someone exploring in space this sort of intersection of generality and complexity that leads to consciousness as an emergent behavior?
When you say generality, I mean, there's the idea that a theory should be general, that it should apply to every system. You mean mechanisms of
generality of the agent, right? If I can write an arbitrarily complex program to play tic-tac-toe, and all it will ever be able to do is play tic-tac-toe. It has no outputs to express anything else.
Yeah. As you said, general in the sense of AGI, artificial general intelligence. I mean, some aspects of consciousness seem to be domain general, like, for example, maybe insofar as belief and reasoning is conscious, those are domain general, but much of perception doesn't seem especially domain general. Right? Color is very domain, taste is very domain specific, so it's still conscious.
If my agent can't express problem statements, like if I don't give it an output by which it can express problem statements, you can never come to a conclusion about its consciousness.
I like to distinguish intelligence and consciousness, and even be able to, even natural language, and be able to address problem statement and analyze a problem. That's already a pretty advanced form of intelligence. It's very plausible that, say, a mouse has got some kind of consciousness, even if it's got no ability to address problem statements, and many of its capacities may be very specialized. I mean, it's still much more general than, say, a simple neural network that can only do one thing. A mouse can do many things, but I'm not sure that I see an essential. I certainly see a connection between intelligence and generality. We want to say, somehow a high degree of generality is required for high intelligence. I'm not sure there's the same connection for consciousness. I think consciousness can be extremely domain-specific, as, say, taste and maybe vision are, or it can be domain general. So maybe those two cross-cut each other a bit.
So it seems to me like the meta problem as it's formulated implies some amount of separation or epiphenomenalism between consciousness and brain states. And one thing that I think underlies a lot of people's motivation to do, say, science is that it has causal import. Predicting behaviors is clearly a functionally useful thing to do, and if you can predict all of behavior without having to explain consciousness, their motivation for explaining consciousness sort of evaporates, and it sort of feels like, well, what's the point of even thinking about that, because it's just not going to do anything for me. What do you say to someone when they say that to you?
So what is the thing that they say to me again?
That maybe consciousness exists, maybe it doesn't. But if I can explain all of human behavior and all of the behavior of the world in general without recourse to such concepts, then I've done everything that there is that's useful. Explaining consciousness is a useful thing to do. And thus, I'm not interested in this, and it may not be real.
I think epiphenomenalism could be true. I certainly don't have any commitment to it, though. It's quite possible that consciousness has a role to play in generating behavior that we don't yet understand, and maybe thinking hard about the meta problem can help us get clearer on those roles. I think if you've got any sympathy to panpsychism, maybe consciousness is intimately involved with how physical processes get going in the first place, and there are people who want to pursue interactionist ideas where consciousness interacts with the brain. Or if you're a reductionist, consciousness may be just a matter of the right algorithm. In all those views, consciousness may have some role to play. But just say it turns out that you can explain all of behavior, including these problems, without bringing in consciousness. Then does that mean that consciousness is not something we should care about and not something that matters? I don't think that would follow. I mean, maybe it wouldn't matter for certain engineering purposes. Say you want to build a useful system, but at least in my view, consciousness is really the only thing that matters, the thing that makes life worth living. It's what gives our lives meaning and value, and so on. So it might turn out that, okay, the point of consciousness is not that useful for explaining other stuff, but it's, but if it's the source of intrinsic significance in the world, then understanding consciousness will still be absolutely essential to understanding ourselves. Furthermore, if it comes to developing other systems, like say AI systems or dealing with non-human animals and so on, we absolutely want to know, we need to know whether they're conscious, because if they're conscious, they presumably have moral status, if they can suffer, then it's very bad to mistreat them. If they're not conscious, then you might, I think it's very plausible, treat non-conscious systems we can treat how we like, and it doesn't really matter morally. So the question of whether, say, an AI system is conscious or not is going to be absolutely vital for how we interact with it and how we build our society. That's not a question of engineering usefulness, it's a question of connecting with our most fundamental values.
Yeah, I completely agree. I haven't found that formulation to be very convincing to others necessarily.
Hi, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us today. I'm really interested in some of your earlier work, the extended mind, distributed cognition.
Yeah.
And you're at a company speaking with a bunch of people who do an incredibly cognitively demanding task.
Yeah.
Most of the literature that I've read on this topic uses relatively simple examples of saying, like, it's difficult to think just inside your head on these relatively simple things. And if you take a look at the programs that we build sort of like on a mundane day-to-day basis, they're millions of lines long. I've read people in the past say something like the Boeing 777 was the most complicated thing that human beings have ever made. And I think most of us would look at that and say, we got that beat. Like the things that large internet companies do, the size, the complexity of that is staggering. And yet if we close our eyes, everyone in here is going to say, I'm going to have difficulty writing a 10-line program in my head. Okay, so I'm just sort of, as an open, like, I'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts about how the activity of programming connects to the extended mind ideas.
Yeah, so this is a reference to something that I got started in about 20 years ago with my colleague Andy Clark. We wrote an article called The Extended Mind about how processes in the mind can extend outside the brain when we become coupled to our tools. And actually our central example back then in the mid-90s was a notebook. Someone writing stuff in a notebook. I mean, even then we knew about the internet. We had some internet examples. I guess this company didn't exist yet in '95. But now, of course, our minds have just become more and more extended, and smartphones came along a few years later, and everyone is coupled very, very closely to their phones and their other devices that couple them very, very closely to the internet. And now it's certainly the case that a whole lot of my memory is now offloaded onto the servers of your company somewhere or other, whether it's in the mail systems or navigation mapping systems or other systems. So yeah, most of my navigation's been offloaded to maps, and much of my memory has been offloaded. Well, maybe that's in my phone, but other bits of my memory are offloaded into my file system on some cloud service. So certainly, vast amounts of my mind are now existing in the cloud. And if I was somehow to lose access to those completely, then I'd lose an awful lot of my capacities. So I think we are now sort of extending into the cloud, thanks to you guys and others. The question specifically about programming. Programming is a kind of active interaction with our devices. I mean, I think of programming as something that takes a little bit longer. It's a longer time scale. So the core cases of the extended mind involve sort of automatic use of our devices, which are always ready to hand. We can use them to get information, to act in the moment, which is the kind of thing that the brain does. So insofar as programming is a slower process, and I remember from my programming days all the endless hours of debugging and so on, then it's at least going to be a slower time scale for the extended mind. But still, I mean, Feynman talked about writing this way. Someone looked at Feynman's work and a bunch of notes he had about a physics problem he was thinking about, and someone said to him, "Well, it's nice you have this record of your work." And Feynman said, "That's not a record of my work, that's the work." that is the thinking. So I was writing it down and so on. I think, at least my recollection from my programming days is that, when you're actually writing a program, it's not like you just do a bunch of thinking and then code your thoughts. The programming is to some very considerable extent your thinking. So is that the sort of thing you're
yes,
you're thinking
absolutely.
about?
And if we, I think, as people that program, start to reflect on what we do, and very few of us actually like if you're the tech lead of a system, maybe you've got it in your head, okay? But you would agree that most of the people on the team who come more recently only have a chunk of it in their head, and yet they're somehow still able to contribute.
Oh yeah, this is now distributed cognition. I mean, we talk the extended mind and extended cognition, like starts with an individual and then extends their capacities out using their tools or their devices or even other people. So maybe my partner serves as my memory, but it's still centered on an individual. But then there's the closely related case of distributed cognition, where you have a team of people who are doing something and are making joint decisions and carrying out joint actions in an absolutely seamless way. And I think at a company like this, there are going to be any number of instances of distributed cognition. I don't know whether the company as a whole has one giant Google mind, or maybe there's just like a near infinite number of separate Google minds for all the individual teams and divisions, and so on. But I think, probably some anthropologist has already done a definitive analysis of distributed cognition in this company. But if they haven't, they certainly need to. Thank you.
So this is a wonderful turnout. It's just so impressive to see a sort of a football-sized crowd come to an intellectually penetrating debate. It says something about our community, I'm sure, and about the quality of our speaker. So I should say, first of all, I should thank Phil and Joy Le Cure, who are here somewhere, for underwriting this public lecture. Thank you very much. So you all know that tonight's public lecture will be given by Daniel Dennett, who's standing over there. He's our Santa Fe resident Darwin lookalike, and he is, of course, University Professor and Austin B. Fletcher Professor of Philosophy and co-director for the Center of Cognitive Studies at Tufts, and the 2010 Santa Fe Institute Miller Scholar. We're very pleased to have him with us. Dan received his BA from Harvard in 1963 and his DPhil from Oxford in 1965 under the supervision of Gilbert Ryle, who many of you probably know. He's published widely in the philosophical literature and is probably best known for his more popular books, and there are many of them, including Brainstorms, an edited book with Doug Hofstadter, The Mind's Eye, The Intentional Stance, Consciousness Explained, Darwin's Dangerous Idea, Freedom Evolves, and most recently, and I guess the subject of tonight's talk, Breaking the Spell. Bertrand Russell, himself a philosopher of note, wrote that the point of philosophy is to start with something so simple as to seem not worth stating, and to end with something so paradoxical that no one will believe. And it's for that reason that many scientists are suspicious of philosophers. But Dan is an exception, right? And it's interesting, I was trying to work out why, and I think one of the reasons is that Dan is a philosopher who takes very seriously empirical reality. He tries to combine advances in science with speculation in philosophy. So rather than ask about consciousness blissfully unaware of how the brain works, he will do the hard work of learning about neuroscience, about computation. And he believes, I guess, that new discoveries in science provide new materials for new philosophy. Now, in his book Consciousness Explained, Dan said something that was quite controversial. He said that there are elements of consciousness that might be illusory. So it's a widespread experience in our own species, and yet he was suggesting to us that perhaps there are illusory components to consciousness. And I think in a similar way, in his most recent book, he talks about another widespread regularity, that is the almost universal appearance of some kind of belief in a transcendent super being or being. And if you subject that to some kind of objective inquiry, that might also turn out to be, in part, illusory. So in this way, I think in Dan's philosophy, he has a very consistent philosophical approach to phenomena. So he says, are objects, ideas, and beliefs that we think of as legitimate subjects of analysis really some form of epiphenomena, or what we might call at Santa Fe Institute emergent phenomena, that are best understood in terms of the repeated action of simple mechanical rules. So if you go through his books, the evolution of complex organization through repeated bouts of simple natural selection, complex computations of the kind that we rely on every day, realized through iterated procedures, subtle states of mind arising out of the collective behavior of very simple nerve cells, and religion arising through some kind of repeated transmission of basic kinds of ideas, where the idea, I think in his case, is a belief in belief, a meta-belief, you might say. So I think, unlike many recent writers, contra religion, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, who I think have slightly different motivation, I think you could claim that Dan is doing what Dan does. And that is, as I said before, subjecting natural phenomena, minds, organisms, and cultures to careful tests of a widespread conceptual bias, and that is to explain complex phenomena in terms of complex processes. So in that sense, religion is the ultimate example, because it tries to explain complex beliefs in terms of an infinitely complex God. Okay? So in that sense, Dan is the quintessential Santa Fe Institute mind who seeks to explain complex phenomena in terms of simple phenomena. Now, some like to say that non-belief or atheism, when widely held or defended, is just another form of religion. And in fact, one of my friends said that to me tonight, and I'm rather partial to a wit who responded to this by writing that calling atheism a religion is like calling baldness a hair color. So you're not really comparing like with like. And now these are fundamentally important debates, they're important to all of us, and I think it's very important that we don't fall back on trivial comparisons and misleading arguments. And I think it's wonderful to have someone as thoughtful as Dan to help steer us through these difficult territories. Dan.
Thank you, David. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Bill Miller, for the Miller Fellowship. Santa Fe Institute is heaven for intellectuals. It is just a wonderful place to be. I'm very honored to be there, and particularly honored to speak at this occasion. So David's introduction is very accurate as far as what I'm going to talk about today. I am going to be talking about religion as a natural phenomenon. As it says on the book cover, religion as a natural phenomenon. And the question is, why study religion as a natural phenomenon? And one answer, of course, is, well, because it is one. But that doesn't put the right emphasis on the question. The right emphasis, or at least for me right now, is why study religion as a natural phenomenon? Shouldn't we just tiptoe away and leave it alone and not subject it to the sort of embarrassing, probing, awkward analysis that a scientific, naturalistic investigation of religion calls for? And I think many people, that's, by the way, the meaning of the title. The spell I want to break is the spell against studying religion as a natural phenomenon. I think we must break that spell and study religion as a natural phenomenon for a very simple reason. It's so important. All the problems that we face in the 21st century, if we don't understand the religious dimension of them, if we don't understand how people's allegiance to their religion affects the way they think about the other problems, we're going to make a mistake. We're going to make lots of mistakes. And if there's one thing that we learned from the 20th century, it is that good intentions are not enough. Let me just remind you, there were lots of good people who in the 20th century thought that apartheid was a good idea. Well, shame on them, they should have known better. Well, shame on us, we should have known better if we don't study religion carefully and understand its mainspring and its wellspring and what it's doing before we start mucking about trying to change the world. So all I'm calling for is that we subject religion to the same sort of probing, intensive analysis, objective, naturalistic analysis, that we subject global warming to, and the economy, and the water problem, and all the other phenomena that are problematic in this century. Well, one way to study anything is to get a little distance from it. Various authors have said that the point of science, or the point of poetry, you can find quotes both ways, is to make the familiar strange. To get some distance from them so that things you take for granted are no longer so obvious. So let's imagine that we're Martian scientists and we come to Earth, and what are we going to see? Well, this is one thing we're going to see. Now, what is it? Is it a whale? Is it a tongue? Is it a microorganism? No. This is a shot from outer space of approximately 20 or 30 million people gathered on the banks of a river in India. The largest congregation of human beings in history so far as we know. Now that's impressive. This is impressive too, not quite as numerous, and so is this. Here we have remarkable gatherings of bipeds, of mammals, more impressive in some ways than the Serengeti. And the Martian would want to know, what on earth is this? What is going on? How did all this originate? What is it for? How does it perpetuate itself? It can't be just an accident, just a coincidence. Nothing that is that costly in terms of time and energy, nothing that is that stupendous and just in terms of bringing together organisms in one place without eating each other. This is a remarkable thing, and we need to see what's going on, and we should try to get some distance on it. There have been lots of religions. Nobody knows how many, but if you guessed 1 million, you probably wouldn't be wrong. Hundreds of thousands anyway. Most of them are extinct, just the way most species are extinct. Most of the species that have ever lived on this planet are extinct. Most of the religions that have ever been formed on this planet have gone extinct long ago, though most of them probably leaving no trace. That's why we can't count them. The ones that have survived are extremely well designed. They are robust. They are efficient. They are extremely good at persisting. How? Why? Well, compare them with languages. Successful languages are well designed too. And here again, we have a problem of extinction. Languages are going extinct, I think, at the rate of about one a month or maybe even one a week. There are thousands of languages now, but in 100 years there are only going to be hundreds or maybe dozens. These are topics well worth interesting research. Well, nobody designed languages. Well, yes, Esperanto and computer languages are designed. But aside from them, languages, although they are well designed, were designed by nobody. Nobody has the patent on French, for instance. How about religions? Well, they evolved too. They weren't invented. Again, one can think of exceptions. Scientology. a more or less intelligently designed religion. Well, if they evolved, why did they evolve? Well, here we get the usual litany, and I'm just going to remind you of it so that we can set it aside. Why does religion exist? Well, because it promotes social cohesion and altruism, because it allays the fear of death, because it explains the inexplicable, because it secured the domination of the powerful. Those are four of the most popular explanations for why religions exist and persist. Well, maybe, but maybe not. I want you to set those aside. I suspect there is a grain of truth in all of them, but only a grain, because I want you to reconsider the question and reconsider other answers that you probably haven't contemplated. In particular, don't assume that religions were good for something. I have an antidote to this assumption. When I started working on religion and the evolution of religion, lots of people came up to me and they said, "Oh, Dan, that's interesting. You're going to work on the evolution of religion. That's great. What do you think religion is for?" After all, every human group that's ever been studied has some sort of religion. What do you think it's for? I said, well, I think that's the wrong question. Every human group that's ever been studied has the common cold. What's it for? It's for itself. It's for itself. It survives and we can't get rid of it. Just because something persists doesn't mean it's good for something except itself. You need to maintain an open mind about this because there are other options. Now, the idea that people were expressing and asking me what I thought religion was for is what we might call naive adaptationism. And people love to jump up and down and criticize naive adaptationism. That's the view that Pangloss's view that everything in God's green earth is for something, and it's for the good of it's for the good of people typically. And we have to set that aside. That's a bad assumption. But so what's not naive adaptationism? What is its mark? I submit that it's this, that adaptationism acknowledges that there is design to be explained. I've already done that. I said, look, religions are well designed. They're not haphazard collections of junk. They're not random. Something has to explain that. Something has to account for the R&D, the research and development that made religions as good as they are at what they're good at. That's what an adaptationist supposes, is that whenever you find design, this improbable departure from randomness, you have a task to explain how it got that way and why. But there are more answers than first appear obvious. So I'm saying religions weren't invented, they evolved, and now the question is how? How did they evolve? And from what did they evolve? From what? These are good questions. So here's the outline of my talk. I'm going to talk about evolutionary processes first, and I'm going to look at actually three different sorts of evolutionary processes: genetic evolution, cultural evolution, and, well, something that we'll discuss briefly. And I'm going to use this, I'm going to use the evolution of language as a sort of a benchmark to look at this issue, because it includes both genetic and cultural components. Then I'm going to talk about the particular cultural evolution of religion. And as my title suggests, I'm going to look at what it evolved from, which are what I'm calling the wild ancestors of religion. Then I'm going to try to defend this by showing you some of the fossil traces of wild or folk religions in domesticated or organized religions. And then I'm going to look at the end at some of the implications of this. So that's the outline of the talk. So here is a nice new diagram by Leonard Eisenberg. I love this, the prettiest tree of life I think I've ever seen. This shows all the organisms that have ever lived on the planet, and if you want to read it, the time starts at the center and moves out, so that if you look around around the periphery here, I have a laser pointer here, let's see if it works, yes. So this is today, and we see the bacteria and the archaea and the eukaryotes, and all of these are eukaryotes. This huge blossoming, all the life that's visible, and we have the sponges and the corals and the worms, and way over here we have the mammals, and maybe that branch right there is where we split off from the chimpanzees about 6 or 7 million years ago. So everything that's ever lived is on here, and there's the famous eukaryotic revolution, and there's the Cambrian explosion, and so forth. So that's a phylogenetic tree. It shows the relation by descent of all the living things on the planet, all in one big tree. That's Darwin's legacy. But in addition to phylogenetic trees, there are also glossogenetic trees. That's the trees of languages, and they actually predate phylogenetic trees. There were scholars working on the evolution of languages, or in effect, the history of language, before they were working on the phylogenetic trees. Now, here's from Nature is a recent drawing of the tree of languages, and it's just showing you the Indo-European branches of the language tree. It's amusing that such a distinguished journal would have a big mistake. I'm going to show you where it is right there. The artist has put in the word Islamic, where it should be Slavic. Ain't no Islamic branch on the Indo-European tree of languages. That's just a typographical error. And you see how this tree is just really a branch on the larger tree of languages. And it's interesting that languages can, quite successfully, and this has been known for a long time, be put on these trees of descent with modification. I just went to the web and got a bunch of pictures of language trees. Here's the Finno-Ugric languages, the languages of China, the Proto-Mayan languages. It's just amazing how scholars have been able to reconstruct these trees of descent. And this, of course, is all cultural evolution, not genetic evolution. Genes have nothing to do with this. Now, it's hard to do these trees of languages because of a problem that we might call horizontal word transfer. Just think of English. There are lots of words of French and Spanish and even Eskimo in English that arrived into English and became part of English from some other language. This is anastomosis or reticulation. This is where words travel rather freely between languages. And this makes it hard to draw those trees. And in fact, at some point, you sort of give up and say, it's better to track individual words. We can track their histories and their trajectories through time better than whole languages. The boundaries between languages get murky and confused, but words we can usually figure out where they came from. And so we can trace words going way back. Now, many of you know Richard Dawkins' book, The Selfish Gene, in which he introduces the concept of memes. Memes are the cultural items that are analogous to genes or to viruses. They are units that get replicated and differentially replicate, and that's where we get evolution. That's Dawkins' theory. It's deeply controversial. Many people hate it. I don't. I love it. But I am a critic of the ideas. But mainly I encounter dozens of second-rate and third-rate and fourth-rate arguments against memes. And I'm not going to spend any time on it now. I just want to let you know I think memes are good. I think it's not the only good idea on cultural evolution, but it is a good idea because it allows us to see how cultural evolution is itself can be, under some circumstances, a variety of natural selection. Not genetic natural selection, mimetic natural selection. Now, one of the problems I run into all is, I don't even know if there are memes. Are there any memes? memes? Really? Have you ever seen a meme? I've seen a gene, or I know what a gene is. I don't know if there's any memes. Well, words are memes that can be pronounced. There's other memes that can't be pronounced, but if you want to know what a meme is, what a word is, it's a meme that can be pronounced. So if you think, now some people don't believe in words. How many of you think that words exist? You believe in memes. Because words are memes that can be pronounced. Think about it. What are words made of? Sound? Ink? Words are actually quite abstract little packets. They're little recipes for behavior of a certain sort. They're actually more like Java applets. They're more like software than like things that you can weigh or that have a chemical composition. What words are memes, plain and simple. Now, one of the principles of evolution, well analyzed by generations of evolutionary biologists, is that for evolution to occur, copying must be high fidelity, but not perfect. If it's perfect, you don't get any mutation, then you can't really keep adding innovation to your mix. Now, I want to show you that words meet this high fidelity requirement by giving you an example. What do you see? Everybody call it out. The cat. But now look, the H and the A are exactly the same shape. Exactly. You automatically, mindlessly, without intending to, you corrected the H and the A. You fixed them automatically in your perception so you could see, but only because you're an English speaker. Somebody who didn't know English at all would see those two as the same letter, but not you, because you've corrected. That, by the way, is very, very comparable to what to how gene replication is done. And there are error-correcting enzymes, proofreading enzymes in your DNA that accomplish this in the same way that you just accomplished that. Now this, of course, is an example of writing, and writing is really very different from speaking. So I want to just show you that the same principle of digitization, because that's what it is, it's correction to a norm, also occurs in spoken language. So I'm going to give you a little example. We're going to do a little experiment. Are you ready? Listen carefully. I want you to repeat after me the words that I say next. Ready? Mundify the epigastrium. Again? Again? Great, perfect. Do you know what it means? You don't have to. You don't have to. All right, now here's example 2. Are you ready? Listen carefully. Repeat after me. All right, now do it a second time. You can't do it. I spoke just as loud, there was just as big an acoustic signal going in your ear, but you couldn't do that correction that you did with the cat. You couldn't correct to the norms. You didn't have a finite alphabet of phonemes that automatically analyzed the signal coming in your ear so that you could take it in. Now, remember, with mundify the epigastrium, you don't have to know what it means. You just have to know, you simply have to have a deeply embedded habit that corrects to the norm, and that's what gives you high fidelity replication on your computer and in your DNA and in language transmission. It is this digitization feature of language, I submit, that explains why language is the key to cultural evolution, because it's only when you have language with that property that you can really get cumulative, recursively ramifying innovation that doesn't get washed out. Chimpanzees have a little bit of culture, a little bit of cultural transmission, termite fishing with sticks and breaking nuts and a few, signals of sexual interest and so forth. But mostly when one chimpanzee sees another chimpanzee do something, it's just They don't have the norms they don't have the alphabets for digitization. Norms of correction are the key to cultural evolution. And I want to give you a lovely quote by a philosopher, actually, a French philosopher named Sheldon from 1908. And he's talking not about genes, but about canoes, Polynesian canoes. Well, wait a minute, I forgot a slide. I'm going to talk about kayaks first. Information about kayaks is stored in Inuit brains and also in kayaks. If you got a kayak in front of you, you got a lot of information about kayaks, but only on the assumption that the design is good. That's correction to a norm. If it's a lousy kayak, you don't have much information about kayaks. But the main thing is, and this is a theme I'm going to revert to again and again, you don't have to understand it. You just have to be able to copy it. It's correction to a norm. Here's the French philosopher. Every boat is copied from another boat. It is the sea herself who fashions the boats, choosing those which function and destroying the others. No judgment, no intention. It's just, we make the boats that come back. That's natural selection at work. But has nothing to do with genes. This is natural selection of cultural information, not genetic information. Now, a thing about cultural evolution that makes it difficult is that it has variable comprehension. Just gave you the example of the canoe where the comprehension can be, as it were, close to zero. If you're a slavish copier, this is the boat that my grandfather made, I'm just going to copy it. You don't have to understand why this is a good boat. You don't. You just know that it is a good boat. If you copy it, you'll have another good boat. Some people may understand. They may really deeply appreciate the principles, but it is not necessary. Comprehension is not a requirement for this kind of cultural evolution. For some kinds of cultural evolution, no doubt it is. That's why variable comprehension is sort of the rule. But we want to remember that a lot of cultural evolution occurs not only without comprehension, but even because of incomprehension. Slavish copying with incomprehension is in fact a very potent principle in cultural evolution. You all know what typos are. They're typographical errors. A term I'm trying to spread that I got from some hacker friends of mine from software is thinkos. What's a thinko? It's like a typo, only one level up. It's a semantic typo. It's, I think you made a thinko here with your code. It's not that you typed the wrong thing. It's that you meant to type that parenthesis, but you just weren't supposed to put a parenthesis there. There's right ways and wrong ways of doing this. Wherever you have norms of good practice, in effect, whenever you have ways of doing it that are right as opposed to ways of doing it that are wrong, this gives rise to the possibility of correction to norms, typos and thinkos, and we can have, in effect, semantic alphabets. So that, for instance, if you've ever thrown a wheel, if you've ever taken some pottery classes, you know how to do pottery, then you see things when you watch a potter make a pot that a neophyte would not see, because you have a sort of alphabet of moves that you've learned. Oh, he's doing one of those. You may not have names for them, but you know what doing it right would be. And it's wherever we have these semantic alphabets that we can have robust cultural evolution, transmission without comprehension. We get transmission with comprehension too. That's what makes it complicated. So now, before I go on, I want to just briefly compare two views of cultural evolution. In the blandest sense, everybody believes in cultural evolution because it just means change in culture over time as a result of one process or another. Cultures have certainly changed. The culture of Santa Fe today is not the culture of Santa Fe 50 years ago, and it certainly isn't the culture of ancient Athens or of Greece or of Renaissance Florence. Those are all different cultures. So of course there's been cultural evolution. The question is, what science describes the patterns in that evolution, what explains what things happen. Now, the traditional view of cultural evolution, what you get pretty much in history books and in most anthropology and so forth, is that cultures are composed of good things. These are treasures. This you might call it the cultural treasure model. And these are things that are husbanded and protected and passed on to your descendants. The Darwinian view of culture says, no, culture consists of things, some things that are good, some things that are bad, some things that are not good. It is not just restricted to the treasures of culture. The traditional view says, we have these wonderful geniuses, the inventors with insight. Cultural innovation is all by insight. Darwinian says, sometimes there's insight, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's sheer dumb luck. It's accidents that are the innovations that start things off. The traditional view is cultural things are valued. We preserve our culture because it's so valuable. We pass it on. The Darwinian says, sometimes, yes. Sometimes, no. Some cultural entities get passed on in spite of the fact that they're positively disvalued. We just can't wipe them out. Both say that things are passed on. The traditional view says, and we make improvements. It's a very progressive view. The Darwinian view says, we make mutations. Most of them are bad. They get punished the very next generation. You don't make that canoe again. Every now and then you get a good one. So the traditional view is basically an economic model. It says, culture, this is our treasury. This is our good stuff. This is what we pass on. That's part of it, but it's only a proper part. It is a sort of limiting case of a wider view of cultural evolution, which is what I'm proposing. Very important when you look at religion to look at the broad Darwinian view of culture, because not everything in religion that is passed on is a treasure. Well, now, I mentioned there might be some other evolutionary patterns in addition to genetic patterns and cultural transmission of means. What might they be? Well, this is an idea I've recently been thinking a lot about. Not so much differential replication as differential persistence. Some cultural entities survive, they're robust, they resist dissolution. They don't so much replicate as hang on. And they hang on as a result of processes that interact with them. And I'm just going to give you one example so you can see what I mean. Sometimes conflict enhances robustness. In fact, some religions are particularly good at provoking conflict, which then creates dichotomous reactions, a polarization, and you're either with us or you're against us. And this is a great way of getting your religion the oomph it needs to get on for another generation or two. That's not so much replication as differential persistence. We would like to know in the 21st century, when might we kill with kindness? When might we encourage the extinction of a bad feature of some religion, for instance, not by attacking it, but by tolerating it to death? I think you all recognize this is a very dangerous question. It can backfire. We want to know the facts. We want to know when it makes sense to try to tolerate something to death and when it makes sense to go after it more aggressively and not worry about whether or not that might, we should worry in any case, but have a good sense that it isn't going to backfire on us and make the thing that we wish disappeared all the stronger. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say about evolutionary process, and now I'm going to talk finally about cultural evolution of religion, and I'm going to talk about its evolution from wild ancestors. Now here's a very lovely cow, not to me a sacred cow, to some I know, but it's clearly what it is a milk cow. You can tell by the amazing udder, and it's a very, very fine milk cow, and the question is, who designed this milk cow? And the answer is a lot of people. This is a triumph of in effect, genetic engineering, although this was done without looking at the DNA so much as by just selective breeding. And we know what a milk cow is for. It's for us. It's for making milk. Well, what's an aurochs? Well, that's the wild ancestor of all cows. What are aurochses for? For making more aurochses. Same as every other wild species. That's all they're for. They're not for us. They're not for anything but themselves and their progeny. And it, of course, the aurochs, was designed by natural selection. And many of the most wonderful and brilliant and robust features of the cow were also features of the aurochs and have simply been built upon by the domesticators who have worked to reverse engineer the cow, figure out all of its parts and figure out how to maximize, optimize the relationship between them so that we get the most out of them. This is a domesticated animal. It is a milk-making machine for us. Now, I give you that preamble because I want to say the same thing about religion. That religions, the religions we have today, the ones that we know of, the names that we all know about, these are domesticated religions. They're for us. They are the descendants of wild precursors. They are to their wild precursors as the cow is to the aurochs. As I said at the outset, religions are brilliantly designed products with an evolutionary history, and what we want to do is reverse engineer them, see how they got that way and why. Now, one thing is obvious. I mentioned language before. Language had to evolve before religion. I'm not going to belabor that point. I think it's pretty obvious that the particular features that mark a religion require language to transmit. And I'm going to look at three phases in the history of religious memes: the synanthropic phase, the domesticated phase, and the mimetically engineered phase. So, what does synanthropic mean? Well, here are some synanthropic species from the Greek with human beings. These are species we see, I'm sure these are not exotic species at all. We have the rat, the house mouse, the squirrel, the pigeon, the crow, and the barn swallow. There are plenty others. Here's another synanthropic species. It's a bedbug. These are species that are not domesticated, they're wild, but they have evolved by natural selection and only by natural selection to thrive in human company. They are designed by natural selection to do well in our company. They do not hide from us. They are comfortable with our approach up to a certain point. They are synanthropic species. Now what I want to suggest is that there's also synanthropic memes. They start off wild, and then they gradually, some of them, become domesticated. Now words are, I think, synanthropic memes. What does this mean? That means they're not domesticated. It means that in spite of the Académie Française, French takes care of itself. It doesn't belong to anybody. Nobody is its steward or boss, although there are plenty of self-styled protectors of French. It carries on largely oblivious of them. It doesn't need them. Languages and words in general do not need that kind of attention. Now, remember one of my themes is that words as memes, they have their own fitness. And they don't always have to be good for us. Well, so I'm telling my students one day recently, I said, words, don't make the naive assumption that words are always good for us, that words are always tools, that they always have excellent uses. Some words maybe have no good use at all, but simply survive because they can. They're sort of like verbal bedbugs. And the student said, can you give me an example? And I said, well, it's as if there was a word you keep putting it into your conversation, and you wouldn't even realize it you were doing it. And he said, I got the point, I want an example. Superstitions, rumors. What these have is the feature of any synanthropic species. They have to fend for themselves. They don't have official protectors. They have to fend for their own replication in competition. How do they get started? Well now, here we have to now revert to genetic evolution for a moment and describe an instinct, a genetically passed on feature or disposition that we all have and that we share with other mammals. Now, we had a lot of snow here in Santa Fe this winter, and I'm used to snow in the east where we have, slanted roofs, and a very common thing, which I don't think many of you experience around here, is a whole lot of snow sliding off your roof with a big thud landing outside the window. But you may, in the east, you're sitting there by the fire with your dog, and thud, this great snowbank falls off, and your dog jumps up and looking around to see not what made that, but who made that. The dog goes into an orientation reflex and is sort of looking around for the agent, friend or foe, that made that. That reflex we share with the dog. The difference is that the dog, not having language, after it looks around a little bit, it goes back to sleep. It doesn't find any problem. But not so human beings, because we have language. Now this is called the hyperactive agent detection device by Justin Barrett. That's what I call the intentional stance on a hair trigger. It's the same idea. Now, in order to understand how this might work, we have to understand a feature about evolution that I think a lot of people don't, and that is that evolution is the amplification of what almost never happens. Again and again, you have things that almost never happen, but evolution depends on them. Mutation almost never happens, but the evolution depends on it. Speciation almost never happens, but evolution depends on it. And here's something else that doesn't happen a lot, but it could, and it could be the start. So I'm going to give you a little sketch of a sketch. So here we go. So there you are, back in your hunter-gatherer days, and you're out in the woods, and it's getting dark, and you're with a companion, and you're far from home, and you hear a noise, and you look around, and you think, oh my God, I could have sworn that tree just spoke to me. And your companion says, what, a talking tree? And you say, no, of course not a talking tree, but just for a moment there, I thought there was a talking tree. He said, a talking tree, you believe in a talking tree. He said, no, well, I don't really believe in a talking tree. It's just that for a moment there, I could have sworn that I heard a talking tree. And pretty soon, you're back in home, you're back in the village. Guess what? He believes in a talking tree. Well, I'm not sure I do. But pretty soon, everybody's talking about the talking tree. You don't have to believe in it. It's just an idea that's going to catch on a little bit, and it's going to spread. How many times did I say talking tree in the last minute? Each one of those is a replication of that meaning. Pretty soon, you have dozens and dozens of descendants of that original oops moment. Now let's suppose this happens 99 times out of 100, 999 times out of 1,000, it just dies. That's the way evolution works. One time, it catches on. There's something about that idea that is unforgettable, and pretty soon, that talking tree is added to the population of invisible, goblin-y type things that your village believes in. And there's also the fairies and the goblins and all kinds of imps, fairies, gods, leprechauns. Every human community that you ever look at has got a bunch of them. You've got a little population of these. And I suppose I've just given you a rough idea of how they get started. And the ones that are unforgettable, the ones that stick in people's heads, are the ones, of course, that replicate. They're competing for rehearsal space and brains. What are the winners for? They're for themselves. They're cognitive bedbugs. They're like the common cold. They don't do any good at all. They simply have found a niche that they can exploit. And some of them replicate like rabbits. What they're for is occupying the minds they find themselves in. Those are the synanthropic memes that are the ancestors of the gods of religion. Well now, how clever it was of sheep to acquire shepherds. Look what they did. They could outsource their protection from predators, their food finding, their health maintenance, small cost, loss of free mating, and, well, how clever was it? Well, there are hundreds and hundreds of millions of sheep in the world today. They're their closest wild relatives you could carry off in an ark or two. It's been a huge fitness advantage for them to go domesticated. But of course, it wasn't the sheep's cleverness. Sheep are stupid. In fact, all domesticated animals are stupid compared to their wild relatives for the simple reason, use it or lose it. They've outsourced all their problems. They don't need those fancy brains, so they don't have them. That's true. Francis Crick once talked about what he called Orgel's second rule, that evolution is cleverer than you are. The sheep aren't clever, but this is a very clever arrangement for the sheep. They are the beneficiaries. They are the unwitting, uncomprehending beneficiaries of a very good arrangement for them. Same thing happens with religion. The wild means of religion, which had to fend for themselves, they had to be vivid and unforgettable. They had to compete for rehearsal room. They got themselves domesticated. They acquired stewards. And that changed everything. They acquired stewards who were prepared to devote their lives to their flourishing. So, when did this happen? Well, we have ritual burials that seem to be religious in a way 20,000 years old. That's not very long. Agriculture began about 10,000 years ago. Domestication of memes is roughly contemporaneous, I would guess, with agriculture. But first of all, let me say something. I am not an expert on the evolution of religion. Nobody is. I want to change that. I want there to be experts on the evolution of religion. What I'm doing is sketching out a theory which is probably false, but which gives you something to fix. Because it's high time we develop these ideas carefully. In comparison, Judaism, which is the oldest by far of the Abrahamic faith, is about 3,000 years old. So we've had a lot of domesticated religion before then. When we became conscious stewards of our ideas, this changed everything. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about cultural evolution of religion from wild ancestors. Now I'm going to talk about a few fossil traces of that process. Rituals. Unforgettable events, thanks to music, to hallucinogens, to terrifying spectacles. This, I think, is all a direct descent from the wild ancestors, which, remember, weren't for anything. And it's not that people thought, hey, wouldn't it be good if we had some rituals and used some hallucinogens? No, they didn't have to think of it that way at all. It's just that the ones that happened to be associated with rituals and hallucinogens did very well, and the rest went extinct. Unison chanting. You find this everywhere. And there's a very lovely, deep explanation of the role it plays. If you have a group of people with imperfect memories, and every now and then you get together and you chant in unison the creed or whatever it is, nobody has to remember it all. As long as people forget different parts of it, they correct each other, majority rules, and you get highly reliable transmission out of unreliable parts. Von Neumann was famous for inventing... The reliability of your computer depends on the same idea. It was invented by natural selection, natural cultural selection, a lot earlier. have to remember that these early religions were pre-literate. Information transmission was a major hurdle, and so a lot of the features of early religions are features that are their design features, not bugs, but features. They're designed to make reliable transmission possible, but nobody designed them. Nobody figured out nobody had to. Now we're going to talk about the transition to domestication. The word Islam means submission in Arabic, or surrender to the self-interest to the will of Allah. This isn't just Islam, of course, because Christianity is the same thing. The heart of worship is surrender. Surrendered people obey God's word even if it doesn't make sense. Now, who said that? Pastor Rick. If you're interested in a reverse engineering of his book, you'll find it on TED.com. I did that a few years ago at TED. Rick was not amused. Here's a parchment that I got in a Paris bookstall about 50 years ago. It dates from about 1540. What it is it's a Gregorian chant. It says, Semen est verbum Dei sator autem Christus. The seed is the word of God, and the sower of the seed is Christ. This is a theme that runs all through Christianity. The idea of planting those seeds and harvesting the results, and being a steward of these domesticated ideas and spreading them. It's a very deep and central part of domesticated religions. And very briefly, we know what cows are for. They're for us. Well, what are domesticated God means for? They're for many things. A few of my favorites. Julian Jaynes writes brilliantly, I think, in an otherwise sometimes cranky book about religious gods as decision aids. When you face a decision and you just can't decide, it's much more impressive than flipping a coin. Very interesting reasons. The anthropologist McLennan suggests that they're props in the bedside manner of shamans or shamans. They are placebo effect props, very valuable. And this could actually provide something that a lot of people are looking for. You notice I have hardly mentioned genes, but some people are looking for what they call the God gene. It's a mistake to even think about it that way. But there could be a God gene, or there could be a gene for susceptibility to ritual. Why? Because back before there was medicine, modern medicine, there was shamanic healing. And shamanic healing actually works to a certain degree on certain things. It's particularly good for preparing women for childbirth, a dangerous and painful business. Well, if you have a tin ear for ritual, if you just are not moved by ritual, then the placebo effect probably won't kick in. You don't have any health insurance. There was a time when there could have been very strong selection for susceptibility to the sorts of rituals that shamans culturally discovered and invented and passed on. In the same way that we now know there's been genetic selection for lactose tolerance in adults in those people who are descended from dairy-herding lineages of people. Here's where you have cultural transmission of dairy herding, that ain't in the genes, creating a genetic effect. And there could be a genetic effect arising out of shamanic rituals too. Everybody knows this idea, surrogate police. Religions, gods are very good for this. Big Brother is watching you. Now I want to talk about a few adaptations of organized religion that you do not see in the folk religions that preceded them. This was very apparent at the tsunami and after Haiti. Don't blame God, but we thank God. We thank God for the good stuff, but we never blame Him for the bad stuff. Primitive religions or folk religions, they blame their gods all the time. This is a recent development of organized domesticated religion. Don't ever argue with the devil. He's better at arguing than you are, having had thousands of years to practice. This is a very cute idea. This is Rick Warren again. He didn't invent it. This is hundreds and hundreds of years old. But what it is you notice it's a sort of wild card for disarming any reasonable criticism. If somebody comes up to you and says, well, tell me about your religious ideas. I want to understand them. They're very affable, very reasonable, very calm, but also probing. Do not talk to that person. That's the devil. I think the most important one is that belief in God is a requirement of morality. This is not a feature of folk religions, but it is certainly a feature of domesticated religions. A cute idea, good without God becomes zero. Clever little meme. I'm sorry I'm passing it on to you, actually. But it nicely illustrates the fact that memes spread whether they're good or whether they're true or false. All they have to be is clever and memorable, and they may spread very well, even if they're not true. So much then for fossil traces. I get finally to the implications. Remember Dumbo and the magic feather? There he is up in the tree, and he's scared stiff, and the crows come up with this brilliant idea of just taking a crow feather, tail feather, telling him, this is your magic feather, now you can fly. It's a lovely story. It's a really charming story. What if religion was Dumbo's magic feather? Now Dumbo needed that magic feather to find the courage and conviction to be all that he could be. And maybe we need it too, or maybe some of us do. Maybe what religion is today is a sort of a morality prosthesis that helps a lot of people be better than they otherwise could. I'm deadly serious. I think this is probably the best idea about what religion is good at. And I want you to remember that Dumbo threw away his crutch. He didn't need it in the end. And now the question is, do we still need religion? Maybe what religion is a nurse crop. When I have a farm in Maine. When I reseeded my hay fields many years ago, my old neighbor said, well, Dan, you want to plant oaks as a nurse crop along with the timothy and the hay. I said, what's a nurse crop? I said, well, it comes up first and it protects the hay, protects the timothy until it can get a good start. You can then harvest the nurse crop as oat hay, or you can harvest the oats, and you don't have to plant it again, and you give the timothy a good start. She says, that's a nurse crop. Well, that's a nice concept, and I've thought ever since, well, maybe religion is a nurse crop for civilization, for instance, for science and for secular institutions. Maybe we needed religion in the early days of civilization to get enough security, enough stability, enough confidence in society to get things going. But now maybe we don't need it anymore. It's a question worth exploring. The question is religion good for humanity today? Which is entirely distinct from whether it was a necessary condition for getting us to where we are now, which it may well be. Now, most people think that it is. Most people, I'm sure, think that religion is good for humanity. And this creates a problem. Because there's no good reason, I think you'll all agree, to believe in Zeus. There's no good reason to believe in Thor. There's no good reason to believe in Poseidon. There's no good reason to believe in Zoroaster. There's no good reason to believe in Jehovah. There's no good reason to believe in Allah. But there are good reasons to say that you do. Mainly to protect the magic feather. And this creates an interesting problem. Is there any harm in keeping the magic feather myth alive as an official line? And I think the answer, unfortunately, is yes. Yes. I'm going to give you 3 reasons, or maybe many more. And I'm not saying that these 3 reasons rule, that they outweigh the value of keeping the magic feather alive. I'm just saying this is a problem. This is what we have to try to assess. First, there's the problem of protected coloration. And I know this really bothers many people who are deeply religious. And that is that benign religion provides protection to toxic movements. If the mafia had just, as it were, started a religion along the side and built some hospitals and orphanages, it would be much easier to go after them, and much harder to go after them than it is. When you think about things like Jonestown, or this young man much more recently, Kambach, the blasphemer sentenced to death for blasphemy. Sentenced to death. His sentence has been commuted. 20 years in prison, it may be further commuted. This just within the last few years. Astonishing. That's in Afghanistan. Not the Taliban's Afghanistan. This is post-Taliban Afghanistan. Then there's the problem of systematic hypocrisy. Could an atheist be elected to high office? Well, we have Pete Stark in the House of Representatives. I'm often asked, well, could a president ever be elected, an atheist ever be elected president? And what I say is, oh, we've had lots of atheist presidents, they just wouldn't admit it. An Episcopal priest once said to me, in private, when I found out what my Mormon relatives meant by God, I rather wish they didn't believe in God. I've been pursuing this for a number of years, and just actually today, we published our result. Linda Lascola is a clinical psychologist and in-depth interpreter and questionnaire administrator. And working with her, we found 6 originally, and then 5, one dropped out, 5 closeted, non-believing preachers. These are 5 different Protestant denominations. They do not believe in the creeds of the churches that they are ahead of. And they are stuck in a terrible trap. And their cases are all different. And if you want to read about it, you can find it on the On Faith website run by Newsweek and the Washington Post. Our essay. There's already more than a dozen commentaries, and I was saddened and amused, not surprised, to see that the first dozen commentaries by, including some rather famous spiritual leaders and theologians, they commented without reading the essay. I think they're afraid to read the essay. But anyway, I commend that to you as food for thought. These are moving cases. These are good people who are trapped. My third reason is that it encourages irrationality. I had a debate in London with, I can't remember his name now. He's a Lord somebody. Well, he defends religion. And the debate was, is religion the greatest threat to a rational scientific worldview? And I took the question seriously. I said, well, let's see, if it isn't, what is? Maybe alcohol? Or drugs? Or maybe violent video games? I ran out. I couldn't think of anything else that might be a greater threat. And the reason I think that religion is the greatest of the threats is that it doesn't just disable, it honors the disability. But it can take steps to minimize these 3 defects. If we look at religion through the lens of evolution, if we try to reverse engineer it, we can figure out what the benefits are, what the weaknesses are, and we can begin thinking about how to encourage religion to become something that we're all much more comfortable with. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
So thanks very much for a very stimulating lecture, Dan. So I think we're going to take a about 15 minutes of questions, and then we're going to leave, and it's going to be difficult to get out, so I guess some people are leaving already. There's a question right here.
That's a very good question.
You might repeat the question.
Yeah. If we set about reverse engineering religion, how are we going to decide what's good and what's bad? Indeed. Well, let's think about reverse engineering other things. If we reverse engineer a car or a computer or a way of extracting fossil fuels, we have lots of measures, and there's a sort of political discussion that has to happen where we decide how great are the costs and how great are the benefits. And I think the same thing is true of religions. I think we have to look at them. First of all, if we reverse engineer religions, we are thinking of them primarily as systems of practices and ideas that are very good at sustaining themselves. Now, I don't think there's any quarrel about that. So that, for instance, if we look at, as some people do, they look at Vatican II, and they say, this was one of the most terrible mistakes that the Catholic Church ever made, because they actually reformed away some of the very features that made Roman Catholicism as strong as it was. This was an engineering mistake. Now, we can evaluate the evidence for that independently of whether we want the Roman Catholic Church to do well or whether we want it to go extinct. This is an engineering question. Was that, from the point of view of the question of strengthening and prolonging the institution of the Roman Catholic Church, was that a bad idea or a good idea? That's an engineering question. Yes, sir.
And those effects might vary, for instance, for rock stars as opposed to scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any comments on that?
No, I think you're exactly right. I think we need to understand that religions they operate on many levels. They have many different requirements. There's many different kinds of people that they have to deal with, to say something just neutral. Because some people they are employing, some people they're helping, some people they are protecting, some people they're ignoring. And it's a very complicated thing, and I think you're exactly right, that nobody thinks that we want to have a sort of standard vanilla person that we want to use as our this is the person that we want to engineer our religion to deal with. And in fact, one of the great strengths of religion is that there are a lot of people in this world that nobody loves, that are lonely, that have no particular talents, and they need something. They need a lot. And if religion can provide that, that's great. And we should bear in mind all the good that does. But we have to balance that against everything else that the religion does. Yes, sir. Well, when you reverse engineer the milk cow, you sort of, as the term says, reverse, you're working backwards to see what you came from and what you've got now and what the strengths and weaknesses are. So I think that reverse engineering religions is a matter of recognizing that some of the design features, some of the traits that religions have are very, very ancient, and probably you tamper with them at your peril, at least as far as the robustness of the religion is concerned. I think, to give a sort of obvious example, when people strip all the ritual out of a religion, it's not long for this world. Yeah. Yeah. In the preview, I said that religion may change more in the next 20 years than it's changed in the last 200. It's certainly changed more in the last 200 than in the 2000 preceding. By almost any measure I can imagine, we had a fairly long period of relative stasis, and then all sorts of new developments in the last couple of centuries have led to the huge changes in religions and in their doctrines and in their practices, and of course in the competition. And religions in America, let's just talk about America, have changed tremendously just in the last 30 or 40 years with the rise of the megachurches, for instance, and the relative demise of a lot of religions which used to have a lot more influence. A lot of people think that religion is on the rise in America. No, in fact it isn't. The percentages are about the same, and in some cases they're falling, and the fastest growing group in America, by a large margin, is no religion at all. This has religious leaders very worried. The Baptists, for instance, are baptizing approximately the same number today as they were in 1950. The population of the country has more than doubled. And so you might say the Baptists are losing market share in a big way. What's going to happen in the next 20 years? What's going to be the effect of the internet and television? We've already seen the effect of televangelism and so forth. What's going to happen in the Islamic world as the internet makes a greater and greater and harder to thwart presence in the lives of people around the world? We are in a tumultuous period. Now, should we just throw up our hands and not try to discern the trends that are going to be strong and that we should try to shape? I think it's so important that we should try to figure out as much as we can about it as fast as possible. Oh, sure. Indeed. Yeah. Well, you're talking about genes, and I don't really want to make it about genes because I don't think, but we're talking about parallels with genes, and I think yes, I think that what one sees, for instance, is that the resurgence of the Orthodox Church in Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union is a very interesting phenomenon. It's not simple, and I don't claim to have a really good account of it, but I think that's the sort of thing you're thinking about. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir.
Where do you feel Buddhism fits in on it, since it doesn't technically consider itself a religion or have a God?
In my book, I give a definition of religions which does, in effect, leave at least a lot of Buddhism out. And yet, it does seem to be, in some ways, a religion. What do I do? Change the definition? I'm going to keep the definition I have, which does involve profession of belief in a supernatural being whose approval is to be sought. Indeed, there are religions that don't have that. And I view that as, it's a little bit like the British government wisely declared that the common octopus is an honorary vertebrate. No, they did. The law in England says that you can do anything you want to an invertebrate. It doesn't count as cruelty to animals. If you want to throw, a live oyster on the grill or a crab, you can do that. If you want to step on worms, knock yourself out. But don't dream of doing that to a vertebrate, because we protect vertebrates. So it's a legal line, and it's an important one, it's a good one. And it was vertebrates. And then people said, wait a minute, how about the octopus? And they looked at the octopus and they decided that they should give it the same protection as vertebrates because it was so clever. It had such an interesting mind. It was such a sophisticated mollusk. And so, I'm sorry to say, I used to think it was all of the cephalopods, but no, it's only octopus and gars. So that's, I think the British law should be changed. So similarly, I think that Buddhism is sort of an honorary vertebrate. Yes. Who? Oh, John Gray, the British John Gray, yes. Yeah. Well, I've only read some of them, and I haven't believed them at all. I'm not impressed. John Gray, British writer, has argued that that religion is coming back strong and that this is inevitable. And the question was, do you think that it is going to evolve? It's going to be sort of like antibiotic resistance. We're in a losing battle with those of us who would like to have some antidotes. I think it's a classic case of wishful thinking. I don't think he has any evidence to support his view. If you look at the recent worldwide studies, religion is not on the rise. It just isn't. He's just wrong. Yes, ma'am. No, not a religion, but a very important cultural force that should be studied intensely. Yeah. Maybe as one of the successor institutions that we have to take very seriously. I mean, people say, well, some years ago I was asked by Jonathan Miller, the British polymath who did a program about atheism. And he asked me if I thought that religion should be abolished. I said, well, the thing is, I don't know what's going to replace it. And until I know what's going to replace it, I'm not for abolition. And that's still my view. That's why I want to study it, because I think we need to know more about both what good it does and what harm it does. And we don't know. I don't know and you don't know. That's why we have to study it. Yes. Some of them do and some of them don't. Many of them do, absolutely right. And many people love smoking too. Yes, I take your point. Look, my analogy with the common cold was meant to bring everybody up short and get them to realize, with a bit of a shock, that they are not entitled, they should not, just as a matter of intellectual honesty, they should not assume that religions are good for us. Maybe they're good for us. Prove it. There's a lot of people who think that religions are good for us. They may be right. Let's have an even playing field and let's see what they can say. In the book I have, in Breaking the Spell, I have an example where I say, imagine that you read in the morning paper that, the New York Times, Science magazine, scientists prove that music is bad for you. That removes points from your IQ and raises the risk of various illnesses and so forth. You read this. If I read that, my first reaction is, well, that's tough, because I'm not going to live without music, and that's it, period. I don't even want to know. And you got to be wrong. That would be my first reaction. But then I would hope I would temper that and say, wait a minute, let me take a deep breath. I'm pretty darn sure that music is wonderful, and I want to, but if I'm wrong, if it really is damaging my children and my grandchildren, then for goodness sakes, I want to know the facts. Now, I'm sure in my bones that music is good for us. I'm not sure in my bones that religion is good for us, but it may be. But I think we ought to try to find out.
First question.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. As I say, I'm not the expert and there aren't any experts yet. And it's even worse than that because, quite frankly, it's hard to get really good people to go into this field. Because a lot of the work that's been done in the past has not been so red hot. And it's a problem. There are, the clearinghouse for good work, actually, is probably the website that David Sloan Wilson runs out of SUNY Binghamton. At least you find out what the spectrum of people working on it is pretty well. No, I'm afraid there aren't any good programs yet. Well, I don't know. I can't. It's David Sloan Wilson's website. It's at SUNY Binghamton, and if you put in David Sloan Wilson and religion and science, you should come up with it. If you do that in Google. I'm afraid I don't have it at the tip of my tongue.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Dan, it's lovely to see you looking so fit and obviously pulled through so marvelously from your operation. But there's going to come a time when we don't pull through.
Yeah, what about that?
What about that? Do we get consolation from science, from Darwin, from what?
Well, I guess we do. A dear professor of mine just died just a few days ago, and I've been thinking quite a bit about it. And the idea that he lives for eternity in heaven doesn't give me any consolation at all. The idea that his memory lives on with his children and his friends and his colleagues. And of course, he has his work, or he had his work, which will live on. Not everybody gets that kind of legacy. And I think that for those that we love that die young or without that sort of issue, the best consolation is just that they had a chance. They got to be on this stupendous planet and live for a while, and they may have suffered. And I think seeing our suffering in the guise of the whole cosmos can make it seem not quite so earth-shatteringly special. Yeah, we suffer, but
You're right, it is a consolation to have a few books behind one, or musical compositions or whatever. Or I suppose a great family life, and there are plenty of things of that sort. I'm rather moved by the astounding improbability of my own existence. When you think about the odds against our coming into existence, it is a huge privilege to be here. And I sort of feel that you want to say that when people say they're bored, you've no business to be bored. You exist. There are gazillions of people who could have existed in your place, and many of them would have been a lot better than you. So stop whinging. And the same thing when people bemoan their lot, or indeed bemoan the fact that life is going to come to an end. You're lucky to have had anything at all, is what I feel like saying to them. Stop moaning.
Exactly. And we're not filled with fear and trembling at the thought that there were all those years before we were alive. So it shouldn't bother us that there are going to be all those years when we're not alive.
Mark Twain, I think, said, I was dead for billions and billions of years before I was born and never suffered the slightest inconvenience.
Yeah, right, sure.
Given that there's nobody to thank, being able to reflect upon the process that gave rise to you is the nearest we can come to thanking, and it's actually rather better than thanking, because it's a thoughtful thing to do. It's an understanding, a comprehending thing to do. So you're not just kind of thanking your sky daddy, you're marveling in the fact that you are here, and the process that gave rise to you is the same process that gave rise to all these trees and the earth. And it's no accident that we are surrounded by an entire ecosystem. We couldn't exist without it. Thanking something can be sublimated into understanding how it all happened, and I think you get the same sort of comfort from that.
Not just comfort. I think awe. I think
exaltation.
Exactly. I think
yes.
Hallelujah.
Exactly.
It's just spectacular. It's so wonderful, and that sense of exaltation is, if anything, I think stronger in me because of my atheism than it would be if I were a believer.
Yes.
I see the universe itself as a thing which is not quite what Anselm said God was, a being greater than which nothing can be conceived. But certainly I can't think of anything greater than the universe. It's fantastic.
Yes, hallelujah for the universe and for the fact that we can understand it, or we're working on understanding it. Of course it's hard dealing with grief and dealing with loss. There is some consolation to be had in the reflection of how privileged we are to be here at all. Statistically, we're so unlikely to exist. It's astonishingly unlikely that you and I exist, and yet we do. That's a privilege. But also we're privileged to belong to the human species, because the human species is unique in all sorts of ways. It's unique in knowing that our life is going to end, but we're also unique in knowing why it was worth coming into existence in the first place. Here we are, we find ourselves on this planet. It's like coming awake after an anesthetic. You open your eyes and you say, where am I? And you gradually learn where you are and you understand it. Because we're human and because we're scientists, we not only see where we are, we understand why we're here, and we owe it to our human history, the history of ideas, the history of philosophers, the history of scientists, perhaps in my case above all, Darwin. We now understand what it is that has brought us here, and that is a wonderful thought that goes a long way to removing the grief and the fear that as humans we inevitably also experience. We can get outside the universe. I mean in the sense of putting a model of the universe inside our skulls, not a superstitious, small-minded, parochial model filled with spirits and hobgoblins, astrology and magic, glittering with fake crocks of gold where the rainbow ends. A big model, worthy of the reality that regulates, updates and tempers it. A model of stars in great distances, where Einstein's noble space-time curve upstages the curve of Yahweh's covenantal bow and cuts it down to size. A powerful model, incorporating the past, steering us through the present, capable of running far ahead to offer detailed constructions of alternative futures and allow us to choose. Peter and Jean Medower, in one of their books, said, "Only human beings guide their behavior by a knowledge of what happened before they were born and a preconception of what may happen after they are dead. Thus only humans find their way by a light that illuminates more than the patch of ground they stand on." The spotlight passes, but exhilaratingly before doing so it gives us time to comprehend something of this place in which we fleetingly find ourselves, and the reason that we do so. We are alone among animals in foreseeing our end. We are also alone among animals in being able to say before we die, yes, this is why it was worth coming to life in the first place. Now, more than ever, seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain, while thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy. John Keats. A Keats and a Newton, listening to each other, might hear the galaxies sing.
Hallelujah.